study session. Yes. Study session for the April 24th, 2023 Pacifica City Council meeting. Calling us to order at 5:33 for the study session. So the proposed action is to receive a staff presentation and provide direction on the scope and process for an update to Pacifica's Climate Action Plan, soon to be Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council.
Alyssa, if you'd be so kind as to utilize your microphone. Thank you.
Is that better?
Sorry, Mayor, pardon me, Ms. Bronte for a second.
Yeah.
Mayor Big Stick, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I do want to take the opportunity to introduce both management analysts Alyssa Bronte and Elizabeth Brooks, who have been doing a great deal of work on the Climate Action Plan update process, getting us to this point. Planning Director Christian Murdoch is also at the table. And just with that pause there, I wanted to jump in to make sure to introduce them and look forward to the presentation. Thank you.
And thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alyssa Baranti, and I am a management analyst in the City Manager's Office. With me tonight is Elizabeth Brooks, management analyst in the City Manager's Office and the Planning Department. And joining us tonight over Zoom, we have Ivana Andre, Senior Sustainability Specialist with the San Mateo County Office of Sustainability and the RICAPS Coordinator. She will be available to provide expert input on regional climate action initiatives and resources offered through the RICAPS program, which we will discuss later in our presentation. Elizabeth and I will be presenting and facilitating discussion with City Council tonight, focusing on Pacifica's Climate Action Plan update. Next slide, please. On tonight's agenda, we'll start with the background. We will then talk about what a climate action plan is, climate action by Pacifica to date, a process for developing a climate action plan, and follow up with the discussion and any questions that council may have. Next slide, please. Before we jump into the presentation, we want to reiterate that this study session is intended to kick off the climate action plan updating process with direction from council about the high-level scope, elements, timing, and public engagement involved in the process. Future input from council and the public on the goals and targets for the city is intended to occur at a future milestone in the update process. It is an involved phase of the process and will require multiple touch points with council and the community. Tonight is just the beginning. During this study session, the city manager is seeking council's input on the following. Number one, input on the development process elements of the climate action plan. And number two, input on the development process team, whether that will be appointment of a working task force, appointment of a steering committee to oversee the process, or utilization of a consultant.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus, and council members. I'm Elizabeth Brooks, management analyst for the city manager and planning departments. Council will recall that one of the City Council priorities for fiscal year 2022-2023 was to complete an update to the Climate Action Plan, and they've also discussed recently continuing this as a priority for the coming fiscal year. First, a brief overview of what a Climate Action Plan is. In brief, a local government or city climate action plan serves as a roadmap that identifies measurable targets and specific actions an agency can take to meaningfully reduce greenhouse gas emissions in its community. Jurisdictions are not required by law to adopt a CAP. However, California Air Resources Board, also known as CARB, the agency that defines the state's plan to address climate change, encourages that local jurisdictions have a vital role in helping to achieve the state's overall climate goals. Given that the impacts of climate change are now well beyond what a plan focused on emissions reduction alone can solve, there's a trend for jurisdictions to go beyond that as a target and to consider including measures for how it will adapt going into the future. To highlight this, plans are now often being termed a climate action and adaptation plan. Regardless of how it is titled, however, An effective plan will establish targets and actions in the areas that fall within a local government's authority. In the past, local climate action is primarily focused on meeting California Assembly Bill 32's 2020 GHG emission reduction target. More recently, though, local jurisdictions have looked to consistency with targets set at the state level, which now aim well beyond the previous 2020 targets, such as AB 1279, signed in September 2022 by Governor Newsom, which codifies a statewide target to achieve carbon neutrality by no later than 2045. To move in that direction and to be consistent with modern science-based targets, CARB recommends that, to the extent possible, local governments address 3 priority areas: transportation electrification, vehicle miles traveled reduction, and building electrification. CARB identified these 3 as priority areas for local governments to address because they pack a powerful punch in climate action planning. They both address California's largest sources of emissions, and they fall within local government authority to address. Alignment with the state's recommendation to make these 3 areas a priority would allow Pacifica to continue work already underway, as well as be better positioned for funding or technical assistance resources the state may make available to jurisdictions with shared priorities.
Pacifica City Council adopted its first climate action plan in 2014, which was developed in collaboration with a 7-member council-appointed Climate Action Plan Task Force and an environmental consultant. This document was intended to provide policy direction and identify actions the city and community can take to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Pacifica's current climate action plan includes 15 greenhouse gas reduction measures that address 4 emission sources, including energy, transportation, solid waste, and water. Since the 2014 CAP adoption, the city has taken several tangible actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, some of which include adopting REACH codes, such as those addressing increased EV charging requirements, modernization of the city's fleet to include hybrid vehicles, implementing California's new organics recycling law to promote composting, adoption of the disposable foodware ordinance reducing plastic and waste, completing a heritage tree ordinance update to protect and preserve more trees, developing an EV charging station strategy to support grant applications for EV charging infrastructure, completing a 2040 general plan update that prioritizes infill mixed-use development and discourages auto-dependent development, creating more bike lanes and sidewalk improvements pursuant to an updated bike pedestrian master plan to help promote walking and biking, planning for solar power at the community center, renovated civic center, and Clara Creek water recycling plant, and incorporating energy efficiency measures into the new civic center project. And while the city has not been able to quantify the effects from these activities, they are important contributions to the overall effort by the city to support climate action plan implementation and greenhouse gas reductions.
An update to the city's 2014 Climate Action Plan provides an opportunity to recognize these past successes and for the council to determine how to direct the city's climate initiatives going forward. An update process includes multiple steps and happens over a lengthy period of time. We are now at the first step, identifying a plan development team, what its role will be in the process, and how it will be structured. The next step in the process of developing a CAP is to then define the scope of the plan, including whether the update should align with the state goal to reach net zero GHG emissions by 2045 or a different emissions reduction target. This then is followed by step 3, developing an inventory of the city's GHG emissions and a forecast for what they would look like in the coming years. This is a crucial step for council and the community, as it will establish Pacifica's baseline data, informing what goals to establish in step 4 that can reasonably be accomplished given what Pacifica's data shows, available resources, and all of this on balance with other council priorities. Knowing what can be accomplished and measured will facilitate step 5, forming the strategies and plan for implementing. Then finally, the plan is drafted for council adoption. Last to note, though not last in thought, community engagement must be a priority throughout the entire process.
An effective climate action plan and adaptation plan will prioritize engagement with a diverse mix of community stakeholders, including residents, residential and community property owners, local school district partners, local youth groups, nonprofit organizations, and regional planning and transportation agencies, and relevant city departments. The city has successfully utilized a variety of methods to engage the community, including in-person and online workshops, pop-ups at community events, presentations to community groups, city social media platforms, including our weekly newsletter, surveys, mailers, and TV promotions. In addition to the methods previously listed, some jurisdictions expand the level of community engagement by forming a group of stakeholders who participate throughout the CAP development process. This can take several different forms, such as a steering committee, which would oversee and provide direction at key points during the development process, or a task force that would do much of the direct work in lieu of a consultant. Both of these options require council's direction as to how the group would be structured, their role, who to include, and appointment of members. Because either approach would be directed by council, the advisory body that is formed, whether a steering committee or a task force, would be Brown Act compliant.
Here are the two approaches brought to council for consideration. This table is on packet page 10 if you want to peek at it there, if that's easier. This goes over the process, cost, and timeline that's estimated for each option, as well as the different community engagement approaches. In option 1, a consultant hired through an open RFP process and working with city staff would conduct the community engagement and technical analysis necessary to draft a CAP that reflects council's direction and community input. The consultant would work in concert with city staff, and as a bid to include more community input opportunity, a steering committee could be appointed to oversee this process. Maximizing the use of low to no cost regional resources, this option would be estimated to take from 12 to 18 months to complete and require a budget allocation of $100,000 to $200,000, which includes community engagement activities to be completed by the consultant with staff. In option 2, council would appoint a task force to carry much of the workload for the CAP development in lieu of consultants, but in concert with staff also. Also making use of low to no cost regional resources, option 2 is estimated to take from 18 to 24 months to complete and require a budget allocation of $50,000 to $80,000, which includes the cost of anticipated community engagement activities. Additionally, though not shown here, in either option, the timeline and budget will also necessarily include CEQA analysis, and we don't yet know how long or how much that will cost. Given the City Council's recent strategic planning discussions and the creation of a city goal to broaden public communications and collaboration, the City Manager recommends option 2 and the formation of a city task force appointed by the Council to work in concert with city staff.
There are numerous resources the city can take advantage of that are available at no cost by the Regional Climate Action Planning Suite Program, otherwise known as RICAPS. RICAPS is a San Mateo County collaboration of the 20 incorporated cities and the county in climate action planning and implementation. At no cost, RICAPS offers tools including a climate action plan template, a menu of measures, a forecasting tool, and access to technical assistance provided by Rincon Consultants. In addition, many financial and resource partners are available to assist with the development and implementation of climate action planning. A few examples include the Regional Resilience Planning and Implementation Grant Program, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, and the Adaptation Planning Grant Program. In addition to various financial and collaboration opportunities are available with governmental and non-governmental partners, including Bay Area Air Quality Management District, Bay Area Regional Energy Network, and Peninsula Clean Energy, to just name a few. Lastly, the city manager is recommending participation in a fellowship program offered through the organization Civic Well to bring a limited-term fellow at a reasonable cost who can focus on this project, augmenting staff resources in order to accomplish this project as well as other council priorities underway. Moving forward in this process will require council's approval to allocate $31,000 to hire a limited-term fellow. Attachment B to the staff report provides an overview of Civic Well and a draft proposal for the city's application to participate.
Now we ask council, with all that staff have presented tonight, does council agree with the development process elements as presented, or are there additional elements to be added in the process options? Additionally, does council prefer to appoint a working task force, appoint a steering committee to oversee the process, or utilize a consultant? Lastly, does council approve the allocation of $31,000 required as noted in the staff report fiscal impact report for the hiring of a limited-term fellow? Alyssa and I make ourselves available to your questions. As a reminder, we're also joined tonight by Ivana Andrade with the San Mateo County Office of Sustainability and who is the coordinator of RICAPS for the area. She can provide expert input on regional climate action initiatives and resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So we're going to bring it back to council for questions to get started. Just a procedural question as we're giving you feedback on the other side of public comment. We're not talking about any climate action plan policies at this time, correct? We're only here talking about the process tonight?
That's correct. This step is just the very beginning step in this process, and we would want to touch base with council, have more clear direction from council, as well as make touch points with the community before we talk about policy and the specific items and measures that would go within those policies.
I'm looking forward to talking about policy, so I want to make sure that I understand how to properly limit myself. Council members, do we have any questions thus far?
Oh, wait for after public comment?
Yeah, me too.
Sounds good. If we don't have any questions for staff, let's open it up to public comment. I see cards on their way.
Thank you, hi, Sarah.
We also have a call-in option tonight, is that correct? If you'd be so kind as to load it up on my screen.
Thank you.
So I'll offer information on how to call in as soon as I see it. In the meantime, I have cards from Gail Benton Shoemaker, Nancy Tierney, and Paul Toda, if you want to line up in that order. If you're watching online or at home at PCT, you can either Zoom in or you can dial at 1-669-900-6833. It's webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Press *9 to raise your hand. And when we call upon you, it'll be *6 to unmute. We'll call upon you by either your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. We ask that at the beginning of your comment you state your full name for the record and mute any background sounds if you're calling in. Good evening, Gail.
Thank you. My name is Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I am speaking as a member of Tree City Pacifica. This fall will be Pacifica's 5th annual Arbor Day celebration as a Tree City, USA. One of the statements in the city's first Arbor Day proclamation in 2019 was, whereas trees and their surrounding soil can sequester carbon for thousands of years, thus helping to mitigate the effects of climate change and contributing to the city's climate action goals, the mayor then resolved to urge all citizens to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Now, after several Arbor Day celebrations and proclamations, it's time to add a canopy goal to the city's climate action plan. I was disappointed not to see that in the staff report for tonight. Most cities with Tree City USA designations have canopy goals. They set potential canopy cover and determine something to strive for. Cities with canopy goals not only replace trees that have been removed, but work to expand the urban forest. Urban forests help reduce the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere, conserve energy, capture stormwater runoff, and provide shade. These functions are increasingly important as our community deals with the effects of climate change. The city's general plan also suggests adopting a canopy goal. Pacifica's tree canopy is currently around 20%. Tree City Pacifica is requesting that a 30% canopy goal be included in the Climate Action Plan. This concurs with the international standard adopted by cities across the globe. Reducing carbon emissions in transportation and buildings is extremely important. Including nature-based solutions such as a canopy goal will only add to the effectiveness of Pacifica's Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Nancy Tierney?
Hello, council and staff. My name is Nancy Tierney, and I live in the Manor District. In recent years, with the time and interest, I've become immersed in the science and the politics of climate change, as my involvement with local groups like the Pacifica Climate Committee and larger organizations like Sierra Club and Third Act has grown. I guess I've become a climate activist. I am pleased that the city has deemed the Climate Action Plan update as a strategic priority in the coming year, with a good foundation laid out in the staff report. I'll offer a few suggestions about the plan contents and process for updating it. Certainly, we should focus on how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the areas of transportation, electrification, VMT reduction, and building electrification. A strategy that fits with this set of goals is how our natural environment, namely trees, can contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So one recommendation that you just heard from Gail is to incorporate a tree canopy goal in the plan, as many other cities have done. Adopting this approach also achieves another recommended strategy of incorporating nature-based solutions in the plan. Cities along the coast and the bay have developed these solutions around wetlands and coastal protections that are more effective and less expensive. As Pacifica prepares the Climate Action Plan update, we should be mindful of evolving state legislation. For example, the report refers to CARB's scoping plan to reach net zero emissions, greenhouse gas emissions by 2045. In the works now is a Senate Bill 12 and Assembly Bill 9 that would increase the state's reduction target from 40% below 1990 levels in 2030 to 55%. Other bills for providing clean water and cutting waste, including beaches and state parks, may affect the actions in the plan. As we update our Climate Action Plan, we can learn from what other Bay Area cities have done in recent years. I've found a variety of plans. Menlo Park's is short, outlining in 17 pages a bold, moderate, and a go-slow plan. Palo Alto has developed a rolling 3-year work plan. Morgan Hill refers to their Climate Action Plan as a limited one, focusing now on transportation and buildings. The biggest challenge may be to decide on the scope and process, but that's a good problem to have, and I'm anxious to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Paul Toda, followed by Cindy Abbott. That's the last card I have from the audience on this item. If you are watching at home, either on web or television, you're welcome to call in at 1-669-900-6833. Webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Press *9 to raise your hand. Please state the full name at the beginning of your comment, and I'll let you know when you have a minute left to speak. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Tiger. And again, my name is Paul Tota. I'm also speaking on behalf of Tree City Pacifica. In July 2014, the Pacifica City Council adopted a climate action plan to help the city face challenges posed by climate change. Back then, the city committed to reducing total community-wide emissions. Tree City Pacifica applauds this effort. In addition, we are requesting that going forward, the climate action plan includes a tree canopy goal of 30%, an international standard, up from our current 20% canopy cover. The following cities have already done this. San Diego, for example, wants to have a tree canopy of 35% by 2035, up from 15% in 2020. Cleveland, Ohio is aiming for 30% canopy by 2040. Bowie, Maryland has a target of 45%. Milwaukee, Oregon wants to reach 40% by 2040, up from 26% in 2014. Portland, Oregon wants 33.3% of the city covered by trees. Tacoma, Washington is shooting for 30% by 2030. And South San Francisco, which has only an 8.7% canopy cover, has set a goal of 22.6% as their urban forest master plan states. Barcelona, Bristol, Canberra, and Vancouver are also adopting a 30% canopy goal, which was recommended by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. That organization also cites the many benefits of tree canopies, including cooling, better climates, mental physical health, and possibly also reducing air pollution and noise. By creating more leafy neighborhoods, we also encourage people to spend more time outdoors and interact with their neighborhoods, which in turn promotes social health. In short, while the Climate Action Plan's focus is wise as it considers the reduction of vehicle miles traveled and vehicle and building electrification, adding a canopy goal can only help as we incorporate all solutions into our efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cindy Abbott, followed by Margot Myman.
Hello, Cindy Abbott, and what a good time to finally have this brought forward as we just celebrated Earth Day and the crisis that our planet is going through. And unless we do something, nothing is going to change. It's going to get worse and worse. So I'm really glad that we're finally, after almost 10 years, revisiting this, something we really need to do. I support option 2, the task force and city staff involvement and the engagement of the Civic Well Fellow. I think that that's a really good approach to take. We heard earlier about the importance of having a meaningful process take place. And I think the only way that that's going to happen is if it's involving community members, not an outside consultant to kind of shape for us what we want. Pacifica has the resources here in our community to do a really great job on that task force and to bring forward ideas that the community is going to be engaged in and wants to take part in actually implementing. Because our past plan, unfortunately, spent a lot of time on the shelf. And while we've bundled together things that have been accomplishments for the Climate Action Plan, that really wasn't their initial intention. So I really think that by involving the community and supporting the city manager's option 2, that we can actually make meaningful strides forward. That can include the tree canopy goals that have been talked about for a long time. Maybe we can actually finally partner with commute.org on a carpooling program for community members that can get kids off the road with their parents that bog down our traffic. Maybe we can do projects that don't bring tons of dump trucks here. And maybe we can even get some EV infrastructure in place that the basis has been laid for out there, but we don't really have any way to move that forward with our community members. So I look forward to this. If you need the support of myself individually or Pacifica's environmental family to help out with holding meetings and forums and educating the community, look forward and welcome to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Margot is my last card. Anybody who wants to speak on this item is welcome to fill out a card if you'd like. Otherwise, if you're watching at home or online, you're welcome to speak. Dial 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241, pound, press *9 to raise your hand. Thank you, Margo.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Margot Myman, and I'm so grateful that you are getting the ball rolling on the update of the Climate Action Plan. Thank you so much. I just want to reiterate a couple of things that Cindy said around community engagement, whether you decide on an outside consultant or developing a task force. I think that the involvement of the community is going to be incredibly important for this process. I'm sure that there are community members out there with expertise that we don't even know who's out there until we put the word out to be involved. And so engaging the community with their energy and expertise is going to be very important. The other thing that's going to be super important as we go along with this is community education and outreach. And so I'd like to take this as the first opportunity to plug an event that's going to happen on May 18th at the Pedro Point Firehouse. Pacifica Climate Committee, in conjunction with 350 Silicon Valley, Building Decarbonization Coalition, Peninsula Clean Energy, and the City of Pacifica, we are going to be hosting an electrification workshop to educate community members about benefits of going electric. For example, just very quickly, there are all sorts of thousands and thousands of dollars of rebates and tax incentives on behalf of Peninsula Clean Energy, the Inflation Reduction Act. If people don't know about them, then it's completely a missed opportunity. So the City of Pacifica, I believe, has a great responsibility to let its residents know about opportunities that are out there. Thank you very much.
Margo, do you have a time on that workshop?
Yes, 7 p.m. It's an in-person workshop, and we'll be starting to get the word out with an Eventbrite link. It'll be in Connect Pacifica, the email, and you'll start seeing it. So May 18th, 7 p.m. Thank you, Pedro Point Firehouse. Thanks.
Thank you. Emily, do we have folks calling in?
We have one raised hand. It is for the phone number ending in 8857.
Caller with the number 8857, please press *6 to unmute. Please start by stating your full name for the record, and I will tell you when you have 1 minute remaining of your 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for taking my call. This is Cynthia Kaufman, and I just wanted to start by saying that I'm just so grateful that the City Council is taking this up with such great staff people, and I'm really excited about the work that you're all embarking on. I know that the staff, talked about that this is about process and not necessarily about policy, but as other people have said, I just wanted to just make a couple of little points about how I hope you approach this. There's an issue emerging around methane, and so I do hope that we look at the methane that may be coming from our sewage treatment plants. It's starting to emerge as a serious issue, kind of statewide, nationally, not necessarily in Pacifica specifically. And then I do also hope that part of what comes out of this plan is that there's regular monitoring and that there's like real serious metrics for what our goals are, so that we don't, as Cindy said, it doesn't just sit on the shelf, but we really, the task force does the work to come up with a plan along with the city, and then that we really look at it pretty regularly to see how we're doing. Also would hope that there would be a web page that would share resources with the community about things that folks in the community could do. And finally, I just wanted to say that like other folks who have spoken, I really love the option 2, where there's a task force that has deep and serious community engagement. And I hope as part of that there's some kind of a thoughtful vetting process, so that people who get on the task force are people who are really serious about helping the city do the best it can with reducing its climate impacts. And that folks who are on it, especially folks from the city too, are the people who are really committed to this and interested in this. Also, super excited about the possibility of hiring a fellow. Finally, just the last thing I did want to say was that the last time we did this, some of the let's just say we could, if we do hire consultants, like make sure that they're people who do really excellent work. But hopefully it's mostly driven by staff and community. Thanks so much for your time and for your work on this.
Thank you. Emily, do we have anyone else on the line?
There are no other raised hands.
Last call for anyone in the audience. Okay, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and direction. Who would like to start? Councilmember Beer.
I'll go ahead and start. So for starters, I realize we're not talking policy tonight, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to express my interest tonight, because I feel like this is the single most important topic that we can be addressing. And in order to do that, we need to be talking about everything from the beginning. I think our community should understand how serious we are and how important this is by the words that appear on, say, like Table 1. And so I was also disappointed that I didn't see things like the tree canopy or the urban forest or pollinator plants or resilient species or ecosystems or water and energy concentration and environmental awareness and education. There's a lot more things that need to go into this work. And so I'm really looking forward to digging in on that and to working with our community. When I was looking at Table 2 for the development process, having a task force to me is extremely important. And I'm also wondering if it's possible for us to put as many resources as we can into this process, and maybe there could be a way for a very qualified consultant to work with our community, but I don't know. So that's what I was looking at, and that's all I got for right now.
When you were looking over the information about the fellow, would that more or less, okay. Councilmember Vadalos?
I agree. Number 2, we've heard. We can use people's information from the public. It would be a broad cross-section of the public on this committee. And I think we need the fellow also. And so I'm in favor of option number 2.
You tried to press a button, didn't you?
She did. I heard it click. I'm a witness.
She voted.
I probably pressed
I
the
hope you
no
voted
button
yes.
instead. I just heard it click.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yes to both the comments from Councilmembers Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Vaderlas. I agree. I like the having a task force of the community, and as was stated, we have a lot of really good resources in our people here in town, and some of the nonprofits, and I know they want to be involved. This is our town, and just to be able to help lead this forward and be more visionary for what we want for Pacifica specifically. I do want to ask, there's been no discussion of like the number of people on the task force. I don't know when those details kind of get fleshed out. And like someone had said, qualifications, how they're chosen, maybe that's part of another step. And before you answer, I see you getting ready, City Manager Woodhouse, thank you. I also wanted to ask about a council member or two being on this committee and whether that was a possibility, and whether that was something that we might want to consider. It's certainly something I would love to do. And I bring a lot of technical experience from my work in this too. And I discussed this with Kevin a little bit, and I think his concern is making sure it's community-led and driven and not council-led and driven, and I totally understand that. And I was researching Palo Alto's, and they did have 3 council members. I think they have a bigger council, so they're allowed more on their committee that helped draft their documents. And theirs took 3 years to put together. So, anyway, I am a little concerned about the schedule and if things start to, and this is where the task force will start to give us feedback, right? If some parts want to be broken out so that we can actually start doing some things right away and not have to wait 2 or 3 years if that's possible. And then the Civic Well Fellow, yeah, I was so excited to learn about that possibility. There's a slight correction. If you read the details, it's actually 34,000 and not 31. That's in the staff report. Those are their updated numbers for this coming year. So just wanted to clarify that. That's a good start. So maybe Kevin, if you don't mind answering a little bit, sort of the formation of the
Yeah,
committee.
sure. Thank you, Councilmember Bowles. Those are good questions. So I did want to, before the evening was through, talk about next steps depending on the council direction. But one immediate next step, and I can confer with staff about how quickly we would turn this around, is we need to come back with an item for the actual formation of a task force, if that's the council's direction. So the resolution about the scope, number of members, the representation or the skills that would be sought, qualifications that would be sought for participation in the task force. So we don't have to, we would need to come back for that discussion. But I would say this is a study session, so we want to try to be a little bit informal. So any direction or ideas, when it comes to number of task force members, we always have the struggle of balancing, the need to have an effective working group, one where you'll be able to achieve quorum for the meetings. And so my recommendation would be, 5 to 7. A lot of our commissions committees have 7, and that might be a good number. If you go much bigger than that, you start having maybe quorum challenges for meetings, et cetera. So, but council can discuss that. But if you have any initial input you want to give, that would be good direction to staff about the size of the task force. And what I'll comment on about, and again, we don't need to discuss this tonight, but the liaison piece would be important for the council to discuss. As the council heard me talk about previously when we were talking about reviewing commission and committee charters and sort of the related administrative questions to that whole advisory system, our liaison structure is a challenging one and an unusual one. And as Councilmember Bowles mentioned, one of those dynamics is that when you have a council member at the table, it changes the dynamic of the advisory board or the task force. And, the typical role of a liaison member is to listen and report back to the council at a council meeting rather than actually participate in the task force. But again, our system is a little bit undefined. It requires definition. I'd look forward to council's discussion or direction about whether this task force would be one that would be appropriate to have a liaison or not. And again, this is not a commission or committee, it's a task force that's functionally working if that's the direction the council gives. So that's a little bit different as well.
If I can just follow up, would you, I know the commissions and committees have a charter, right, that kind of describes their task and overall responsibilities. Is there anything different that you would be providing for a task force versus a commission and committee? I'm trying to understand the amount of work that staff has to do to set this up, as a task force versus
I think my vision is the resolution establishing this could be pretty streamlined and simple. The commissions and committees have, quote, charters. Some are established in resolutions, or they're maybe all established in resolutions. They vary in their degree of complexity. But this is really, if it's, again, the council's end direction, this is really a working task force to work on the climate action plan update. It doesn't have to specify all the elements of scope of that work because that's the work the task force is going to do. It would just specify the purpose, the duration, the number of members, and then that the task force it'll be a Brown Act committee and would need to follow, it would be expected to follow the commission committee rules, code of conduct, and those types of aspects. I'll ask the Assistant City Attorney if she had any other comments to make about that?
No, I don't have anything to add. I think that was an excellent summary. But I see the task force as City Manager Woodhouse saying to be a much more limited scope in terms of what's in the resolution about their activities, rather than like, say, the Planning Commission, which has a much more robust description of duties and tasks, et cetera.
I mean, they'll be defining what they, what they work on and bringing it back to us, so it's a work in progress. And one of the things I discussed with Kevin on Saturday, there was also the discussion of setting up, the possibility of setting up a longer standing committee, because after the CAP will also need to do reporting, and there might be other sustainability projects, we'd like to do. And the suggestion was that maybe that was also something that the task force could think about, right? So it's not something we necessarily need to set up now, but it could be part of their scope, and I'm okay with that.
When we would have the discussion brought back to us, if it were a longer standing committee, would we be incorporating that into the original resolution, or would that be a secondary function after they fulfill their first?
Well, as the footnote in the report on one of the pages here, packet page 9 mentions, my view on a standing committee or commission focused on sustainability is a different entity and process to get there than is this task force. As Councilmember Bowles mentioned, the task force down the line may make recommendations about that, but there's a different scope of discussion and balancing. You've heard me say before, staff support for a standing commission committee is a significant workload, and balancing that with what the council needs a standing commission or committee to advise them on for the long haul is a bigger project to get there, and a different council discussion than just this task force. But again, I think Councilmember Bowles' comment was, through this process over the year or years, they may be wanting to think about that and what that future would be.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I'm so glad I got to go last because this has been a very big topic the entire time I've been on council. It was one of the passions of our former councilwoman, Deirdre Martin. We heard about it a lot. It was a very big deal to her. And that was noted and taken seriously, despite the fact that many people in the community feel as though the lack of a plan indicates the lack of interest on the part of the council and or the city in this area. The simple fact is that also, as long as I've been on council, which began in December of 2018, we had a load of work to do. Our staff is still working on it. It's hugely important priorities for the entire city, our general plan update. How many times we had comments about depth and the focus that it needed. Simple. And what I really want to say about all of that is the work has been happening in this community. It's not as though our plan sat on a shelf from 2014 and we did zero about the climate in the last 9 years. Since I've been on council, we've adopted 2 sets of REACH codes. That's a big one. That's a huge one. What we now need to do, and I'm looking so forward to the opportunity to see the work as it's evolved. How does what we've decided, and what did we decide when council members Martin and O'Neill were here, how does that translate mathematically into those measurable goals? So what does it mean that we have all electric building any new construction? What is that going to mean for Pacifica? How does that look when we talk about our housing element that we're working on right now? when those homes that we're going to build over the next 8 years are in fact actualized, what does that mean in numbers for our climate action plan and for what our community is contributing to improve and move forward with the larger community of our region, our state, our country, and the world on climate urgency? So that's my preface to say this is urgent. I get it, we get it, and I'm excited that this is happening. Therefore, it's going to take resources, and the two options as presented both indicate a significant amount of resource allocation. One is a little less on the money side, but a lot more on the sweat equity side, and that I favor option 2. I like the idea of incorporating the expertise of our community. I have some questions for the city attorney and the city manager around numbers, and I agree with the idea of a number of people that is manageable. But as I was reading the staff report, I was looking at some of the language in option 1, sort of talking about a steering committee versus a task force. And then Councilmember Bowles brought up something we'd already talked about, the potential future for another ongoing standing committee or commission, I guess committee, that would have an ongoing life. And so I guess I'm wondering, is there even a possibility of having a task force that's pretty big, relative to 5 to 7, let's say, but a steering committee that is kind of a smaller body? Is there a way, because what I'm thinking about, while I understand the issue of quorum, I totally get that. We see that with our committees and commissions now. I kind of feel like the people that are going to put their names forward for this, they'll make it to the meetings. I'm pretty confident about that. But there's going to be so much work to do that if you have 7 people, divvying that up, you end up on multiple subcommittees. And so what I'm looking for are ideas, and council members, please, other things we've been involved in our lives that would be models for how do you have enough people to divvy up the work so that when you have, say, a monthly meeting, maybe more frequent, I don't know, you can actually go out and do work and come back and take the next step. If you're on 2 or 3 subcommittees, that's a lot of work to go out and do and come back. And so I'm just trying to wrestle with the concepts of managing the numbers and the concepts of how much work there is to do. So I'm throwing that out there. I am thrilled about the fellow. That is that right there is the reason we go to the meetings we go to. Civic Well, Councilmember Bowles attended, and maybe it wasn't there, but my recollection is it came from Civic Well. And that is the kind of resource we bring back to our community. That was huge. So thank you for that. And so I'm thrilled about this work. I'm so happy that it's happening. And I know managing it all adds a workload, but it's so urgent. And truly, as I was sitting here and thinking about it, it underlies the work of all of our existing committees and commissions, and many of our key NGOs, nonprofit groups in town. So that we invest money and time and people power into it, potentially in an ongoing way, is absolutely appropriate. And so how do we manage all that? How do we get our arms around it? I have some ideas. I don't have all the answers, but I am trying to say I'm very open to the fact that it's going to be a significant investment. And we just couldn't do it when we were doing the general plan. And now we're getting closer to the time that we can do it and do it justice. Last comment, I would like to know on the slide that had the three things, the EV, the buildings, and one other thing, transportation, no, something else, the other third thing.
Building, electrification, vehicle miles traveled.
And the third one, right? Could there be four? Do you imagine, possibly, or more, but in light of some of the things that Councilmember Beer brought up, specifically about the canopy goal and some of the, pulling carbon out, putting oxygen in concepts, is there a place for that, possibly? Is this the first thought I had about putting all that on the table, as Councilmember Beer so beautifully said? We got to say it now. And the last thing I'm going to say is, in terms of the whatever structure we have, whatever number of people and whatever form they take, I really, really want to make sure we have the youth voice at the table.
Amen to that. To dovetail off of a couple of things that Councilmember Beckmeyer said, I took that slide with the three items as being a starting point, not necessarily this is all we're doing point. Correct me if I'm wrong, the idea of the task force would be that they would be sussing out what amongst those group would exist in addition to that original three. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. Yes, CARB makes those three, just for a little context, because still in California, 47% of cities and counties don't yet have any kind of climate action plan. So CARB, serving the whole state, said, hey, if you're just getting started out, here's a good starting place. Pacifica is not in that state. We obviously have already made some headway, but just a little context for why it is pretty basic as a starting place. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And to the point about the size of the task force, when I started on any board whatsoever, it was a board that usually hovered around the 13-person mark, of which, if you're looking at it from a quorum perspective, that's 7 people who have to show up. And within that context, almost every time more than 7 showed up, I think maybe once or twice over 5 years, only 7 showed up. It was never under quorum. I serve on the PCE board, which I think is something like 22 strong, and I don't know if I've attended a meeting in which less than 16 people have shown up for it. It strikes me that when somebody signs up to be a part of a board, generally speaking, their heart is connected with their mind and they show up. At least that's been my experience over the last 8 years or so, participating in various boards in different ways. So I'm not as concerned about size for that reason. Other logistical reasons might bear a discussion, but in terms of quorum, my experience doesn't tell me I need to be as concerned about that. I'm going to stop there. I see that Councilmember Bowles would like to speak.
Well, I just wanted to tag on to some things that you said, and Councilmember Beckmeyer too. Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the number for the quorum as having the number for the enough number of people to do the work. I mean, just thinking about transportation, there would be a 2 or 3 person subcommittee, just on that one thing. If we're really going to make progress in this timeline. And I love the idea of having some youth spots on this too. I don't know if they have to be Brown Act, if they have to count as part of the quorum, knowing that their time is a little bit more difficult. But I did speak with one of the leaders of the Oceana Environmental Club, and she was actually hoping to speak tonight, and yeah, I think that's one of their big topics. And then I just to add to Mary's adding to the topics, I think that's actually kind of important because the number of topics will impact the number of people we want to serve, right? And so I wanted to add a couple of other things too. And the canopy goal I've seen in other cities' CAP plans. One had it as an urban forest open space section, one as a natural environment. It's not just trees, but it's wetlands and, other decisions we make that in our environment that sequester carbon and keep us from overbuilding. Under energy, another emerging section, which actually is starting to become more in the building codes, is actually about building decarbonization. So it's not just about your energy use, but the energy you put into the building when you're building it. For example, you don't want to use too much steel. Steel has a very high carbon footprint. So that might be something that we want to consider as a subchapter. Definitely waste. People talked about the sewage treatment plant, but also, our garbage and composting. I think some of our apartment buildings don't all have, composting bins and, things like that we can expand, some of the things that we're already doing. Some cities have a municipal operations chapter too. So, in terms of the materials we use and purchasing and so forth. And I think the climate adaptation is really important. My only concern is that might take a while, and that might be some harder conversations. And so this is where, I definitely want it to be included, but maybe we parse things out, on a schedule so that we don't, wreck all of the good for a little bit that we still need to work on. Let's see if there's anything else. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, and I was really glad that Cynthia Kaufman brought up the topic of metrics, because I think that's really important that we have a way of very specifically seeing exactly where we are at any given point. I'll save comments about specifics for a later meeting that's not about a meeting, creating a meeting. But what I did want to say is it sounds like everybody is very much in favor of task force and the Civic Well Fellow. And I don't need to elaborate too much, but to say that as we have spent so much time at goal setting and strategic planning, talking about trying to incorporate community more robustly into our process, and as we've spent a great deal of time over the years, sometimes frustrated that we haven't felt the ability, usually it boils down to for legal reasons, if nothing else, incorporate the community as robustly, or timing for that matter. Time is another huge factor that has precluded as much conversation as I think sometimes we would have liked. It's really heartening to begin this process by deciding out the gate it is going to be apparently a community-led process before it gets anywhere near us. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the community is able to accomplish together as we're giving them that opportunity. I've heard consensus. Staff, do you need further direction, or do you have what you need tonight?
I've heard consensus about the Civic Well Fellow and moving forward with that, and even if it's a $40,000 cost to us for that time period, that's still under my purchasing authority, so we can move forward with that process and selection, so that's great. I've heard consensus about option 2 and the community task force. We can bring back information and options related to the formation and the size and, all of that. And the conversation about liaison roles can happen at that time as well. So I think we have direction. I'm going to turn to the staff team and see if there's anything missing from your perspective.
I'd like some guidance maybe to bring back the report that would be most helpful for you. We're looking at the task force. We did have a slide, and it's in the staff report, that lists what best practices say are the right stakeholders to include in this sort of task force. And we had a slide about, we could probably pull back up, youth included. But it may be that council wants to consider how many spots they need to have the right people in the room, I'm not sure, or based on the goals that you have in mind. Between those two, it might help guide our research on how to form that group a little bit better. That's all I wanted to mention on that. And then, Councilmember Bowles, if you had info on the different amount, we found that the Colorado was 34,000, but for the fellows in West Coast, it was 31. But if you have different, please show me where that's at so we can adjust. Thank you. Alyssa, do you have any questions?
I think so. I think I have clear direction as of now.
I wrote down 9. That's the number. Maybe that's not enough.
Frankly, I am less concerned with the number so much as that it's a full and robust representation of our community. Councilmember Beer?
Yeah, I was thinking, when you said 13, that was like, yeah, 13. And then anyway, that we can get the youth involved is going to be really important, whether that's they come and present, or I don't know what the rules are, the laws are around, you know, who can participate directly in the group. Of course, I'd rather have them directly in the group, but even if they can't do that, then we need to have them come anyway to listen and to share all of their perspectives. So I'm really excited about that. I had one other thing, and now I forget, but come back to me. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We are really lucky that we have Elizabeth and Alyssa working on this. I feel so confident in that piece alone. So, thank you.
And Mayor, if I could, and again, we don't need to discuss or make a decision, but I did want to throw it out there so it's out there public. When we're talking about size of a task force, so from my perspective, some of the things I think about. One is that we have had quorum problems on city committees and commissions that have large membership. Emergency preparedness, as well as economic development. I think both have, I want to say they both have 9. I'm not absolutely positive. Alyssa, does economic
I believe
development?
economic development has 8 currently.
Say that again, sorry.
Economic development has 8 currently, I believe.
8 currently, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the quorum, when you're talking about community volunteers, even if they're very dedicated, that can be a problem. I know you highlighted an example of PCE, which is elected officials mostly that's what they do, but it's something to consider. But the more importantly in my mind is this is going to be supported by staff, and when you're talking 9 or 13 members, that's 13 calls and emails that staff is responding to. For me, I have 5 of you that I respond to. So when those numbers get larger, the task workload grows when everybody is really actively engaging with staff and asking questions, because they can't talk to each other except in limited subgroups that comply with the Brown Act. So that's a consideration as well.
Conversations about nuance relating to size notwithstanding, personally, I feel like a more productive starting point is just discerning what the pertinent stakeholders are. And then once we have that group of, we need someone from here, from here, from here, I feel like that will help us to naturally come up with whatever the appropriate number would be. And then after that, I imagine that part of the staff, I think it was Margot, and pardon me if I'm not remembering correctly, had said something about the various organizations in town getting together independently and holding community meetings and whatnot, which at the end of the day, I would imagine would flow back into informing the task force. So your point is well taken. I think that step 1 is merely to discern what are the stakeholder groups that should be representative as a part of this task force. And then from there, we can whittle down what the number is that is appropriate.
I think we also have to factor in what is the work. even if we don't have a stakeholder group in mind, what do we need the work to entail? That'll inform, how big is the work and how many people will be needed for that. And I hear your points about managing a larger body. I totally get that. And I don't know what can be done within the governance structure around that, within the subcommittee structure. I think it's going to be really, really important for this group to have a solid grounding in Brown Act, because it may not be in the wheelhouse of people. So if there's a way to streamline communications, possibly, I don't know. I mean, we don't have to invent that today at this dais, but I think it may look a little different than, for example, our committees and commissions. And the issue of council member involvement, the role and responsibility of a council member in a committee or commission liaison role, I actually see it a little different in this one, but I completely hear what you're saying about it being community-led, community-driven, if you will, because really to say that it's community-led is, we're sitting here talking about it. So it's really council and city-led, but driven, if you will.
We've been hearing from our community, so we're.
Forever. Well, yeah. And so we're definitely enacting on that, or acting on that prompt. So, I don't know. I'm just very excited that it's happening and look forward to the next. And you asked for direction. I would like to know, or more, what you bring back. I'd like to know what other communities are doing in this area, because I know there are leading communities. I think one community, and their, whole money base and everything else is probably a little different than Pacifica, is Menlo Park, and with Menlo Spark. And what evolved with Menlo Spark may be a model, but I think I'd be happy to help with research. I have some ideas about how to research using Stanford libraries.
Councilmember Beer.
Yeah, so once again, I think this is one of the most important things that we're going to be working on ever. And so the more resources that we can have, the better, even if that means there's going to be a lot of emails back and forth. I think it's important enough that that's okay for that to happen, and I think we need a really good cross-section of folks. Yeah, I just think it's really the most important thing we're doing. So.
Councilmember Bowles said you wanted to say something.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, this fellow will be working full-time, right? And so that's an additional, person that's not a burden on our current staff. Elizabeth, I did find that. It's on packet page 16 on Q4. So this is their questionnaire, the application. So it says the first year stipend for 23-24 is $34,000.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I forget to mention water, but water conservation and reuse.
Yeah.
But a lot of this is project by project. Like I actually spoke with Adrian about the school district housing, and their recycled water doesn't go out that far, but the sites themselves can do things.
And then when we're all done and it's beautiful, we submit a Putnam Award application, and we get kudos from the entire state on how fabulous we are. Just saying. That's my aspiration, my vision.
Staff, do you have the direction you need?
Yes, I think we do. Thank you so much.
Council, we good?
We're good.
Okay, we're going to recess until 7 o'clock. We'll see y'all then. Good evening. Welcome to the April 24th regular City Council meeting of the City of Pacifica. The time is now 7:06. This is the call to order, and can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles.
Present?
Councilmember Beer.
Present.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present. This is that moment in time. I remind you that if you have not placed a parking pass on your dashboard, please do so now. You'll find them at the bottom of the stairs on the door. If you're parked in the parking lot, just stick one of those pieces of paper on your dash to make sure that you don't get ticketed. Do we have any meeting notes, City Clerk?
The meeting tonight is being held in person with a hybrid option where viewers can view on cable channel 26 or www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream for a live stream. It's also being broadcast on Zoom, and I will display on the screen the Zoom link as well as the dial-in information for the Zoom. So the Zoom link is provided in the agenda and also on the city's website to dial in on the Zoom. Dial-in number is 1-669-900-6833, and then enter webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. To raise your hand to speak on an item, press star 9. And the Deputy City Clerk will call you by the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in, or by your screen name. And then you can press star 6 if dialing in to unmute. Once called upon, please state your full name at the start of your comment. The mayor will indicate when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to point out that tonight we are joined by Denise Bazzano, our Assistant City Attorney. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So, the City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. I have the salute to the flag led by Councilmember Bowles.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With that, I invite Gail Bennett to present the Beautification Advisory Committee Chair Beautification Awards.
Is it? Okay, it looks like my screen is up. Okay, so Tiger said, my name is Gail Bennett, and I am the new chairperson of the Beautification Advisory Committee, and we are resurrecting the Pacifica Beautification Awards. They used to be the Mayor Beautification Awards previously, and so we also are going to be honoring these every quarter during the year. So with the winter quarter just finishing in March, I'm excited to be announcing who one of our selections was. We actually had two, hold on. Sarah. Sarah, it's not moving.
said just push here.
Maybe you can just say, next slide, please.
Sarah, can you run it maybe? Next slide, thank you. Or maybe not. Next slide. Or we could just wing it. I'm good.
IT on the way.
It's okay. I have my text in front of me. Okay. So as I said, we are redoing this award, and I'm very happy that we actually honored 2 commercial properties and 1 residential. One of the small business owners has chosen to be acknowledged here at City Council meeting tonight. And can I do the next one? Next slide. Since I already said all that.
So while they're getting IT straight, I'll just talk. So Beautification Advisory Committee is one of the ones that I'm liaison for. And it is so, I mean, I really, really enjoy it. And I feel bad for you all that there's no alternate because you don't get to go. But you could if you wanted to. This has been a really exciting time of kind of revamping some of the old things and former things that were done. Gail does an amazing job leading everyone and getting it moving forward, and this is an example tonight. You've been hearing me say through council communications,
Okay, so.
it's coming, it's coming. Well, now it's here.
Okay, so we are honoring tonight the small business owner, Jamie Wessel, who is the owner of the State Farm Insurance Office on Manor, and most of you have probably seen it because it suddenly changed a very ugly corner across from Mazzetti's to this really inviting place for all of us to see. So if Jamie could come up. I'm going to present you with that. And then tomorrow we're going to be putting a sign up on her property. And if you could change the slide. And so the next one should show so that's the front of the building that was, they purchased it in 2021 and they've gutted the whole thing. And then next is the property. Yeah, so that bus stop right there across from Mazzetti's, it is quite remarkable what they did with really not that much stuff, and it's just blooming all the time, and it loves our environment.
Mm-hmm.
Council members, would you like to speak?
Well, Jamie, thank you. It's so beautiful. Every time I drive by, it really does. It changes everything. You know, there's so many students that are walking by there every day. It really makes a huge difference. So thank you so much.
And I drive by many times a day. And I noticed first that the flowers are blooming again. And I was surprised that they were blooming so fast. Those are all over town, but I see them at your shop. So most importantly, thank you.
Sorry. Hi, Jamie. I know you. I've been in your business, and it's such a lovely business, too. And I don't know if you know, but even her signage on the building provides light for the bus stop, which was not there before. There's all these community benefits, and it's just, besides the beautiful garden, it's just so wonderful to have you and your business in our community. Thank you so much.
I said a lot already. Thanks, Jamie.
We talk so much about mental health, and it's amazing to me how something as simple as creating a small, beautiful landscape in your space does an amazing thing, opening up the minds of the people around you and just giving everyone that opportunity to take one deep breath that maybe otherwise they wouldn't have that day. So thank you so much. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment? Very good. Next, we have Arlene Patton, Chair of the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, to present the 2023 Preservation Award. And I'll leave it there and let you take over.
Hi, as the mayor said, I'm Arlene Patton, current chair of the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, and I wanted to introduce a couple of people. We have Amanda Skaggs, who's with our committee. I don't know if there's anybody else who was able to make it, but thank you. This is really a wonderful honor. There are so many wonderful folks in our community that do some form of open space work, and it's fantastic that we have this small way of expressing gratitude for community work. This year's recipient is Jim Sullivan. The list of things that Jim has done, not only for our committee, but throughout Pacifica, is, I would be here for 10 minutes, maybe longer. So with that, I'm going to rattle off some of the things that what we've come up with. Reading through the proclamation. Whereas Jim Sullivan has been a leader in Pacifica, advocating for the continued preservation of open space, stewardship of natural areas, maintenance of trails, and promotion of improved access for all. Whereas during his term of 8 years on the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee and concurrent membership on local committees and groups, Jim Sullivan has been a dynamic ambassador for Pacifica's open spaces and trail systems, with active outreach efforts that include bringing Pacifica City Council members, San Mateo County supervisors, and federal and congressional representatives to local natural areas, effectively communicating the value of these public resources and advocating for continued investment. Whereas Jim Sullivan played a key role in the promotion and protection of Pacifica's Cattle Hill property, including coordinating with the Golden Gate National Recreation Area on planning and implementing the Ohlone Portola Heritage Day 250th commemoration, recruiting local private investment to restore the trails and manage erosion, and working with the Ramaytush Ohlone tribe to name the Ani Trail. Whereas Jim Sullivan has continued to maintain and promote regional trails in Pacifica, including the Bay Area Ridge Trail, the California Coastal Trail, and the Ohlone Portola Heritage Trail, and to generate support for the creation of the Green Valley Trail between Devil's Slide and Gray Well Cove. Whereas Jim Sullivan has been a role model and groundbreaking leader for mountain bicycle community from the time when mountain biking was first invented in the 1970s. He's not old. In addition to a devoted dog owner and champion for canine companions throughout the region and a beloved member of the environmental community, Jim Sullivan has successfully brought together diverse groups, created an inclusive trail community, and developed a Facebook page to support that community, which currently has over 2,500 followers, and which includes content such as up-to-date trail information, trail etiquette guidelines, photographs of trails and wildlife, and other useful information about Pacifica's trail and open space. Whereas Jim Sullivan has personally picked up hundreds of pounds of trash, arranged trash receptacles throughout the city, and inspired others to pick up thousands of piles of trash from trails and open spaces around Pacifica, preventing harmful waste from entering Pacifica's waterways and the ocean. Therefore, let it be proclaimed that we, the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee of the City of Pacifica, do hereby declare Jim Sullivan to be the recipient of the 2023 Open Space Preservation Award. Yeah.
get a picture?
That'll come later.
Oh, okay. Thank you, council members. It's been tremendous standing on the shoulders of so many others. We've lost a number of them, and some are fading fast, but Noel Blinko, Clark Natwick seniors, folks that have served as such stewards of our community, and we do it for the future generations. You know, that's what it's all about, and I thank you all for this just honor. Okay.
Thank you. Council members, would somebody like to say a word or two?
Hi, Jim. It's so good to see you again. I miss you. So thank you so much for everything. I am in awe of your body of work, and it's people like you that really matter and that make Pacifica beautiful today and for the future. So thank you.
And you are definitely a steward for our community, not only just all the things that you've done, but the education that you've given us, which is invaluable. And we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
I first met Jim riding his bike on the Higgins Trail on the old county road, and I couldn't keep up with him. You are such an inspiration, and I didn't even know your whole body of work, but I just am so grateful for all your years of dedicated service, and look at what we preserved and what amazing trails and what an amazing resource they have been during COVID, but now we all get to enjoy them all the time. The word is out. And I follow your Facebook page, and I love seeing all the animal videos, you know, at night, and just an understanding of the creatures that we share this environment with. And it's not just about people and access, but it's about our wildlife. Thank you so much.
Jim, thank you so much for all that you share, all that you educate all of us, and are so generous with the knowledge, the institutional knowledge that you have to help those that are serving as they're taking over these positions and moving into these roles. They have that grounding. It's really, really critical, and so grateful. Thank you.
It's humbling to know everything that you have done over the course of your time, which I was not, personally present to witness. However, I think the first time I ever met you was on a San Pedro Valley Park trail, hiking about, and subsequent to that, I got to see you in the store all the time, and actually in the park in the back of the valley on those trails many times. And frankly, your presence has been missed lately. And it's an honor to be here with you tonight, hearing about everything you've done for our community, absolutely ensuring that future Pacificans have a wonderful place to enjoy the splendor that naturally occurs when we are proper stewards, as you have been. Thank you so much. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Okay. Yes, indeed.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jim. Next up, a proclamation about Wildfire Preparedness Month. Whereas in California, over 2 million homes are at risk to wildfire, and whereas last year there were 7,490 wildfires that burned 362,455 acres across the state, and whereas 90% of all wildfires are human-caused, human acts of carelessness result in wildfire disasters every year, and whereas each year more people move into wildland-urban interface areas, you'll sometimes hear the term WUI, increasing the need to raise awareness to our citizens on how they can protect their property from wildfire losses. And whereas Zone Haven has been adopted as a county-wide tool to assist with informed evacuations during wildfire, and we encourage know your zone before an emergency arises. And whereas the North County Fire Authority encourages fire-safe behavior by all who live, work, and recreate throughout the city of Pacifica. And whereas each of us can do our part to prepare for wildfire emergencies by taking steps to make effective changes to our homes and landscapes to reduce the risk of wildfire, now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim May 23rd as Wildfire Preparedness Month and encourage all Pacifica residents to increase their knowledge and awareness of proper safety measures to protect themselves from the devastating effects of wildfires. Done this 24th day of April, 2023. Mr. Ryan Adams, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Big Stick and council members. On behalf of everyone at North County Fire, we'd like to thank you for continued cooperation and support in raising awareness through the City of Pacifica on topics related to wildfire. I would encourage everyone to attend our wildfire awareness event we have Saturday, May 20th at the Community Center parking lot from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., where North County Fire, as well as various other stakeholders, will be discussing topics related to fire, including defensible space, ready, set, go, zone haven evacuation zones, and San Mateo County alert. Through continued collaboration with City of Pacifica, City Council, our law enforcement counterparts and North County Fire Authority, we can all do our part in raising awareness throughout the City of Pacifica for all those who live, work, and recreate in the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do any council members wish to say anything?
Just thank you. Like, what else can we say, right? You're more important than so many others. And I think sometimes we take for granted our firefighters. And so just know that we really appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
And we need you. So keep it up. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing to educate the community and having these events where you really talk about how to harden your home and how to clear around. There are steps we can do to make sure our families are safer and can get out and that you can fight the fires, that may someday come. And our state is changing so much and we rely on you so much and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Councilmember Bowles.
I echo exactly what she said and what they said, and I'm so grateful, especially for the education piece. I think with all the rain we've had, and now everything's green and nothing's ever going to burn again, it's easy to slip into that thinking, and that this month is happening now is super important. So thank you.
It's really important that people are aware of that zone haven tool, that they know that there are absolutely evacuation route plans in place, and that zone haven tool is one of the most effective ways for people to be communicated with in the event of the unforeseen and heaven forbid. Part and parcel with that, SMC Alerts is a tool that I feel strongly that everyone in our community should be signed up for if they haven't been already, especially during these storms. It was imperative for knowing exactly what streets were down where and how to get about safely, if at all. Could you maybe take a moment to remind us the best ways to get signed up for SMC Alerts?
Sure, of course. You can go to zonehaven.com. You can check your zone while you're there. City of Pacifica is broken down into various zones. You punch your address in, it populates where your zone, some evacuation routes, as well as or some thoroughfares, as well as any incidents that are going on in your area. And then when you hit on the bottom of the page on zonehaven.com while you're there, it says subscribe for an alert, and that'll populate you to SMC Alert, where you put your information in, and you will get automated text with any incidents in your area.
Thank you so much for working every day to keep our community safe. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
I'll allow an opportunity if anyone wants to speak. Okay. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, this brings us to the consent calendar. Items 1 through 4. Do any council members wish to pull an item from consent?
I'd like to pull 1A.
Do you only have a question, or do you?
No, I'd actually like to discuss things with you all a little bit about that. I
Okay.
mean, I can go ahead and
Sure.
talk about it now if you like. And I've got a couple questions on some other items too, but.
City Attorney, if we pull an item, do we proceed with the rest of the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. So we're pulling item 1.
Oh, it's all one, okay.
I certainly have
And I
questions.
haven't done this before. I mean, maybe we can just have a discussion and decide if it needs to be pulled separately, but I'm good.
Okay. No, I have questions about item number 4, so let's figure it out together on the other side of public comment. I don't have cards yet, but I see Captain Clements walking up. So I don't have any cards on consent. Emily, is there anybody with a raised hand on the line? Okay, so we'll bring it back to council for questions, comments. Let's start with figuring out if we really need to pull it for a separate vote, or
Okay, well, I can talk about it, and then we can decide. Yeah, obviously this is for the housing element meeting, and which was a study session, not a full meeting, and so I asked the question to the city manager because the minutes seem very sparse, and there were so the answer I got was that we didn't really even need to necessarily do minutes. But I thought there were some important key things that we did talk about. If we're going to do minutes that aren't in here, and I heard those concerns from a planning commissioner I spoke with today also. And then there's one item which I did bring up as a question again, and I went back and listened to the recording. Let's see, it's on the top of packet page 23, where it says, all the council members and commissioners agreed next steps would include transmitting the information to HCD for their 90-day review, staff processing the comments, and maybe this is my confusion, are the comments from HCD or the comments from us and the public, and then reconvening at another joint study session thereafter. Because we had a lot of discussion about this right at the end. Again, I think we did a little bit at the beginning, and then at the end, where Commissioners Berman and Hauser were bringing up the process, and really the concern about the timeline and the fact that we hadn't really delved into the sites, and it was already almost midnight and too late to do that. And so I was pretty clear that the consensus was that we were asking to not wait to hear back from HCD, because that could be 3 months, which, really could throw our timeline out. If we're really going to open that back up and hear from the public and have a robust discussion, about some of the sites. So that was my main concern, but there are other comments that I thought were important that aren't in these minutes too. And so if we don't need to have minutes, do we need, is it better not to have them than to have them not be complete? If someone's looking at this as a transcript of what was decided. And then it was also missing the names of the planning commissioners who were in attendance. So those are my concerns, and I'd love to hear from you all.
So I can certainly respond, or if you'd like to respond, I can leave it to you.
Well, I think what I was just going to mention is that if there are corrections to the minutes, then, and council wants to pull them and direct that we review the record to correct those, and we can bring those minutes back at the next council meeting for adoption. The topic of engaging in a conversation about minutes or how we do them is a separate agenda item that would need to be agendized in the future. And I can clarify for the council's discussion what we do on that front. But that's part of the question is whether Councilmember Bowles thinks there's inaccurate minutes and they need to be pulled and re-reviewed and brought back.
Well, this one comment I was reading as inaccurate, and then I noticed some things that were missing. I didn't go back through the whole 6 hours of the meeting, you know, to make a list for you for tonight, but.
So first of all, when a motion is made, if we could incorporate the names of the planning commissioners who are present, I'd appreciate that, whoever makes the motion. Secondarily, there seems to be confusion because the style in which these minutes were taken is a bit different than our normal practice. And I do think it begs a question at a later date as to, frankly, it came up last year as Councilmember O'Neill and I were having our ad hoc about the code of conduct, whether or not it might be more efficient and save us money and ultimately be a better idea to start doing action minutes since, specifically everything now is done on video. And if an accurate record is desired, that's really the most effective way to find it. So I would like to have that conversation agendized at a later time.
I think I'm not prepared to say specifically. I mean, I can list a couple of things that I know are not in here, but I wouldn't be complete. So, I mean, but the response we heard from the city manager is that we don't necessarily even need to have minutes. So, I mean, my preference is to not have them than to have something that's incomplete. And this was a very tricky meeting because, they're trying to record where the consensus was, but we were discussing all over, and it's not like we stopped and took a vote about everything, right? So, but for example, I talked about having the public transportation routes on the plan with the housing sites as something that was important, and the consultant actually agreed with me and said that HCD would actually want to see that. And that's not in the minutes. So, so that's my concern, is that if we're looking at this as like this is the exact direction we're giving to council, these are the items that we want them to work on, that they're not comprehensive.
So, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like this is not going to be resolved with just a brief question. So I would suggest that this item be considered pulled, and you put it pursuant to your council rules. You would pull it and put it as the first item after the consent calendar on the agenda.
Very good. After that, I had a question about item number 4, and subsequent to that, received a card about item number 4. So I would like to briefly reopen public comment so that Gail Benton Shoemaker may speak on item number 4.
Thank you. Tree City Pacifica sent an email about item number 4, but I heard it didn't get into the package. It didn't come in time. So I'm just going to read that email to make sure that it's part of the record. It says, congratulations for getting funding for the Sharp Park Priority Development Area Pedestrian Improvement Project. Tree City Pacifica would like to request that cutouts or bulb outs for trees be included in the sidewalk designs created for this project. Tree City Pacifica was originally founded in reaction to 2 city decisions, the elimination of trees from the Palmetto streetscape and the plan to remove over 200 city trees without replacements. As you know, research shows that trees improve retail sales and property values, to say nothing of contributing to the environment. We are pleased that the Sharp Park specific plan includes bulb outs for street trees. In most cities, trees signify a downtown. Recently in Petaluma, the city redid a boulevard without including trees. The hue and cry from the public was so great that they are now including street trees in the design for the North McDowell Boulevard Improvement Project. In San Francisco, SF Better Streets is working to be sure that street trees are included in the design of all complete streets. Trees would not have to be planted immediately in the cutouts on Paloma, Carmel, and Santa Maria Avenues. As long as the space for trees is created in the design, trees could be added later, perhaps on a future Arbor Day. What a celebration that would be. Thank you for your time and consideration, and this was Paul Toda on behalf of Tree City Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Does anyone want to speak before I close public comment one last time? Okay. Closing public comment. Bring it back to council. I do have that question about item number 4. Do we currently have cutouts or bulb outs for trees to be included in the sidewalk designs created for this project? Or would that be something we'd have to ask for in addition? Hi, Lisa.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. Thank you for the question. Yes, we're actually very excited about having received funding for this project. As council may know, we did actually apply under OBAG 3. We did get some money from a Safe Routes to School grant related to this, and then actually didn't get the OBAG 3, but went and talked to CCAG about it, and they were able to find us some money from OBAG 2, which is the older program. And the one caveat about that is they said you have to get it done fast. So, we have to obligate funds by, January of 2024. And just to give everybody a perspective of what this project is about, of course, we would love to be able to do complete reconstruction and reconstruct all the sidewalks and everything else. That's of course, a very, very expensive type of project, millions and millions of dollars. This project is really fixing ADA compliance. So spot repairs, generally, up and down those streets. Now, regarding the bulb out areas that are shown in the Sharp Park specific plan, there is one section on Paloma between Francisco and Palmetto that does have some bulb outs that are shown on the plan. We, again, are on the north side of the street, we're just doing spot repairs. The south side of the street, we were looking to see if we would have enough money at least to widen the sidewalk. But there's, in that area, that's on the south side, area with a planter strip that's also shown in the Sharp Park specific plan. Now, of those bulb outs, 3 of them, one of them is planted. The other 2 are pretty much weeds. But, certainly as Public Works at some point could go through and try to help clean up those areas and plant some trees. But ultimately, I think that infrastructure is currently there. If we do have funds to widen the sidewalk by moving the curb line out in that area by a foot to help with ADA compliance, we will. Again, the grant, huge part of this grant is Safe Routes to Schools. We're trying to get ADA access. That's where the funds were meant to be.
And so I think the sentiment is, might it save time and money ultimately if as a part of the design phase we see where a bulb out could be incorporated? Are you saying that there are no places where a bulb out could be incorporated, that it's not feasible for another reason? I'm hearing you that there's a lot already there.
So let me clarify. So the specific plan does not show any that I know of, and I also did talk with Director Murdoch about it. There are 3 locations. One of them is on Paloma, of the 3 streets we're doing. The other one, I believe, is on San Jose, and there's another location, but they're not streets that are part of this project. So the only location that shows the bulb outs that's part of our project is Paloma. And as I mentioned, on the north side of the street, all we're doing pretty much is spot repairs. So we're not doing anything with the curb line there. We didn't put that in as part of the grant. We didn't ask for that because, of course, it's very expensive. So we're trying to keep the project within a scope where we would actually get the funding. On the south side of the street, those improvements are already there. So as I mentioned, there are 3 bulb outs shown in the plan. There are 3 bulb outs currently out there. So one of the bulb outs is already planted with some plants, I think succulents. And the other 2 are kind of full with weeds. But as I mentioned, I mean, we certainly at Public Works at some point could clear those out and, plant some trees. So the improvements are there on the south side.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Beer.
No, that was an old light.
Councilmember Bowles.
I just wanted to add my support for bulb ups and trees if we can put them in the project. And I know there are also some very large heritage trees existing, some of which are kind of problematic with the sidewalks. But I'm hoping we can look at that and see if we can save some of them if we can.
If I could jump in, I mean, there's no plans to remove heritage trees, and of course, we would be trying to save all of the heritage trees. The only issue would be if we couldn't get ADA compliance because of the roots, but even then, there are methods of design that we can do. We can try to ramp. We can go out there with an arborist, try to shave some of the roots. So there's things that we can do, and we certainly would do that before we would, consider taking out a tree.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So this would be outside the scope, just trying to think in terms of a simple person like myself who does not fully understand all the nuance of public works.
Outside what? I'm sorry, can you please?
So any outside the scope of this particular project?
So currently, the scope of the project did not include bulb outs, and as I mentioned, the majority of the bulb outs that are shown in the plan are already on the south side of the street.
My brain is hiccuping on, it sounds like there's one spot where maybe there could be an additional bulb out.
There are some spots on the, there is a spot on the south side of the street that shows a bulb out. It's right at the intersection of Francisco and Paloma. It's not a location we would want to put a big tree because it's a sight distance issue, right? That's a busy intersection. There's stop signs there, so we wouldn't want to put a tree in those locations. Certainly, the other locations that have weeds in them now, we could clear those out and put trees.
Thank you very much. That answered my question. Would anyone like to make a motion on items 2 through 4?
Sorry, I have another question.
Please. I didn't see that. Go ahead.
So just on item 1B on the minutes on packet page.
So we're going to do a motion on items 2 through 4. We're going to take one up
I keep forgetting.
after. No worries.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then I just want to let the public know on item 2, the Milagro outfall that we're signing off on today, that the public access path was really nice before this winter, and it's now eroded, but the city is looking into funding and responsibility for restoring that, because I know that's an important access point for our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Beer.
I move to approve the consent calendar items 2 through 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And with the consent calendar, items 2 through 4, moved by Beer and seconded by Vaterlos, the vote passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. So, City Attorney, what do we call new item 1?
Yes, so we would move that to the top of the items after the public comment period. So it would be a new item 1, and then every other item on the agenda would move down 1 item.
So it would be new item 5.
Yes, that's fine.
Very good. That brings us to public comments on items not on the posted agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for the meeting be addressed. All remarks we'd appreciate if were addressed to us as a body and no particular council member. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the posted agenda. That is to say, if you ask us a question in real time, we're not able to answer that question in real time. Sometimes we will make a clarifying statement at the end of public comment. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Please stick to that 3-minute limit and try to be kind about it. Otherwise, there are various legal terms we can start bringing out that we'd rather not bring out, and that's the story. Councilmember Beer, did you want to say something before? Okay. Perhaps I just didn't press the button. So we'll start with Marion P. Osberg, followed by Cindy Abbott, followed by Corin Hardy. And if you are watching online or on your television, please dial 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Press star 9 to raise your hand. We'll call you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please state your full name for the record at the beginning of your comment, and I will let you know when you have a minute remaining. Hello.
Hello, Marianne Osberg. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. As mentioned, my name is Marianne Osberg, and I'm a property owner and manage 28 units here in Sharp Park, Pacifica. I recently became aware of the Coastal Commission's 60-plus page response to our updated local coastal plan that we had submitted about 3 years ago. Specifically, the response the Coastal Commission had related to managed retreat and rebuilding our seawall, which I find very concerning. I'm really concerned about the response, which seems really extreme and affects not only Sharp Park, but all of the city of Pacifica, our community, our residents, our businesses, property owners, and infrastructure. Most people are not aware of what the Coastal Commission has kicked back to you guys. And they will affect existing housing, which is something I personally provide, lending, securing insurance, our property values, and more. I'm already experiencing issues on the lending front due to the proposed red line maps of Sharp Park on managed retreat that you can find currently on the internet. 6 months ago, I did a refi with Chase, one of the largest lenders for commercial lending in the country, for one of my properties, which they currently have the loan. So it was an existing loan, and I'm refinancing it. Chase had one of these red line maps, and I had to jump through hoops, big hoops, to get a refi. And with this refi, basically, they said I couldn't get a 30-year loan. It had to be a 10-year. And I had to get a geological environmental report, something they've never asked me for before. It's only a matter of time before other lenders begin tightening their conditions on lending or refuse to lend in our area without a strong seawall and reassurance from the city. Consider hosting a town hall meeting and study session to educate our community about the Coastal Commission's proposed changes to the local coastal plan that we submitted, and provide us an update on your position as a council related to these changes and how the council plans to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cindy Abbott.
Hello, Cindy Abbott, and I'm wearing my hat as Executive Director of Sanchez Arts Center. And right now, we have an amazing exhibition up, the 2023 Left Coast Annual. And as part of that show, we reach out to every state on the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii, and we bring incredible visibility to the city of Pacifica. Over 900 artists submitted applications to exhibit this year in the show. And because we do have limited space, 50 artists were selected to show their works. Well, actually, 50 artworks were shown and 30 artists. So we welcome you to come to and visit that show. It's open through Sunday, May 21st. But in the meantime, to be able to put on these amazing exhibitions that are normally free for the community, and we host 18 different exhibitions each year, but we do have 2 weekends that we charge for. Otherwise, we're free. And coming up this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, April 28th, 29th, and 30th, we have our spring fundraiser, Art by Nature by Art. And we take the amazing artwork that we are showing in the Left Coast Annual, and with the help of Nancy Davis up at Sheldon's Orchid Gardens here in Pacifica, she works with floral designers throughout the Bay Area, and they take inspiration from pieces that they get to select what they want to work on, and they create floral designs to pair them with the artwork. So this is a ticketed event this weekend only for $25. Tickets are on Eventbrite. If you just Google Eventbrite, Sanchez Art Center, Art by Nature by Art, you can pick up a ticket to come for one of 5 different times, Friday night or 2 different days on Saturday and Sunday. This is going to be our 4th year of doing it, and it's just amazing what they do in a small scale. We'll have live music, and you get to experience the art and the floral inspirations as well. So I wanted to invite the public to come to that. Again, it's a small fee bringing art to the community for most of the other days of the year at no charge. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Corin Hardy, followed by Emily S., followed by Marcus Corral. I was asked to remind people to please pull the mic close to yourself when you speak, and welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, City Council members. My name is Corin Hardy, and I am the co-president and co-founder of Leadership Council San Mateo County. We are a new nonprofit that was founded in 2020 in order to help build relationships between government, private sector, and the nonprofit sector. And we seek to, our mission is that we seek to inspire, connect, and educate both established and emerging leaders from the private, nonprofit, and business sectors, and inspire them to solve some of the biggest problems facing San Mateo County. We formed in 2020 in unprecedented times, and San Mateo County is really seen as a very cooperative and collaborative county, but it was also becoming apparent that not all voices were at the table when we were making decisions, and not all communities were necessarily being heard for their unique needs. So we started the program in 2020. We are in the midst of graduating our 2nd class for senior leaders and our 1st class for emerging and rising leaders in San Mateo County. We build cohorts. For the core program, it's senior leaders, it's elected officials, nonprofit executive directors, senior government officials, as well as C-suite executives in the nonprofit or in the business sector, business owners, and senior members from our business community. We create cohorts of people. We limit the number to 40. We try to aim for 35. We build deep relationships. We believe that it's best to solve or to really build deep relationships when we don't need them, so that when we do need them, they are available to all of us to get work done and solve problems more quickly. So we are in the process of admitting our class for 23-24. Applications are open until May 1st. We have 17 of the 20 cities represented in our current cohorts, and we'd love to welcome Pacifica to be part of that, part of the cohort this year. We'd also welcome you to be an official city partner and join our city partners. The program, our main programs, again, the senior leaders and the emerging leaders programs, they're 10-month programs. There's a 2-day opening retreat, which is mandatory because there's a lot of cohort building. And then it's 1 day a month for 10 months. We meet all day on Fridays, and we meet throughout the county. We meet on the coast, we meet in Central County, North County, East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks. We really want to expose all of these great leaders to the amazing resources available in San Mateo County and the diversity of our community. And we're also incredibly committed to making sure that all of our classes represent both the geographic diversity of San Mateo County as well as the racial, ethnic, makeup of our county and abilities and sexual orientation. So we'd welcome you guys to partner with us going forward, and we look forward to welcoming Pacifica.
Thank you so much.
Here's some cards, and I'll leave some cards in the back in case anyone wants them.
Yes, please. Okay, I have a card from Emily S., followed by Marcus Corral, and then Larissa Espinoza. And that is the last card I have. If you are watching online or through PCT, please dial in at 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Please press *9 to raise your hand, and we will call on you by either your screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Shervanian. I'm a senior at San Francisco State University. I'm studying public health there, and I'm also an intern at Daly City Youth Health Center. I've had the opportunity to look into cannabis policy regarding Pacifica and San Mateo County, and the developments that it has made to protect its county and any minors that were looking into cannabis accessibility and availability. Throughout the work that we did accomplish, our main point here today is to fight for better safety measures regarding underage cannabis accessibility and availability. Our biggest challenge is being able to identify who's buying and supplying minors, as well as how we can prevent this from happening through various suggestions of how we believe recreational, medicinal, and delivery services should model their shops. After surveying some dispensaries in 2 different counties through interviews and observations, we came to the conclusion that recreational medicinal storage fronts within Pacifica County should follow a one-on-one patient/clientele-based consultation to ensure that retailers and the patient/client know what they're receiving, as well as building up a trusted and respected clientele and patients. Many of the retailers were able to provide us with information and resources, and all around they gave us a really positive experience when we did go and question them and call them. We would like to suggest the idea of mandatory merchant education regarding cannabis use and on-site consumption, as mentioned by Holly when we spoke to her about cannabis retailers and policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Corral.
Hello. Hi, my name is Marcus Corral, and I'm a senior at San Francisco State University, also studying public health. I've also been interning with the Daly City Youth Health Center, and over the last few weeks, my peers and I have spoken to multiple workers at cannabis dispensaries. Our observational surveys and interviews have allowed us to gather an adequate amount of data to inform about cannabis use and preventative measures for youth in the city. First, the majority of dispensaries in Pacifica cater to older age groups and individuals who have underlying health conditions that rely on CBD to treat themselves. Dispensaries like the Fog Center and LIT even go as far as referring to their customers as patients and offer one-on-one consultations to find the product that best suits the individual. Because of this, LIT and the Fog Center are cultivating a safe and educated approach to the sale of cannabis and CBD, which does not promote youth consumption. There is, however, some promotion of cannabis outside of select dispensaries in the Rockaway Beach community that does not provide accurate health information regarding the effects cannabis can have on the brain. Misinformation like this can lead to uneducated and an unhealthy consumption of cannabis, regardless of age. Additionally, products displayed in the Rockaway Beach kiosk include extremely potent cannabis products with high amounts of THC, which is closely linked with schizophrenia, psychosis, and other mental and physical health issues, especially for younger consumers. The smell of cannabis is also very prominent in the Rockaway Beach community, despite on-site consumption being prohibited. It is also difficult to view inside of Rockaway Beach dispensaries from the outside, which is a major difference from the other 2 dispensaries we visited, being the Fog Center and LIT. An issue we noticed about each dispensary we visited had a thorough check-in process to assure that anyone who entered was over the age of 21. And an issue we noticed regarding youth consumption is cannabis delivery services. It is extremely easy to access cannabis as a minor through a third-party delivery service, as many of the drivers often do not check IDs upon arrival. Dispensaries like LIT that do offer delivery services, though, conduct thorough background checks for their drivers and have applications that allow them to track where their driver is, as well as ensure that the buyer is above the age of 21 by providing a photo of their state ID. Lit also requires their merchants to undergo training courses that help them to be fully educated on cannabis and have debriefs on products or negative experiences that customers have with any of their products. One of the biggest takeaways from this experience has been getting to communicate directly with cannabis merchants and hear their perspective on how they can be better supported by the city. The merchants we spoke with are all extremely educated on cannabis and were very open and receptive to letting us observe their dispensaries, especially Holly and the rest of her staff at Lit. Merchants have expressed wanting to establish a better relationship with the city and often feel that their input regarding cannabis is not sought out or wanted. A part of this can be due to the stigma surrounding cannabis, and we believe that dispensaries in Pacifica are promoting more positive health outcomes than negative health outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larissa Espinoza is my final card. If anyone else wishes to speak, please fill out a card in the back and they'll bring it up to us.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Larissa Espinoza, and I am a senior at San Francisco State University, majoring in public health, and I'm also one of the interns at the Daly City Youth Health Center. As we all know, the use of cannabis is becoming more and more common in our society, with more dispensaries opening up in many counties, including ours. It's crucial that we have a policy in place that ensures the safety of our community while also addressing the stigma that surrounds cannabis dispensaries. Cannabis merchants in Pacifica and in other counties were gracious enough to speak with us about how they run their business and what they provide for our community. I'm here to ask the City Council to consider putting more money into preventive programs, to work closely with cannabis merchants to hear directly from the merchants about what is going well with their business and what they feel needs to be changed. By doing so, we can help to eliminate the negative stigma that exists around dispensaries and create a more accepting and supportive community. I also would like to ask that the council look into the advertisement located in the Rockaway kiosk for a dispensary spreading misleading information. In the state of California, the Medicinal and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act regulates the advertising and marketing of cannabis and cannabis products. Under this act, advertising cannabis products is allowed as long as it complies with certain requirements, one of which being that the advertisement cannot make any false or misleading statements, which the kiosk does not comply to. I understand that some of the members of our community may still have concerns about the impact that cannabis dispensaries can have on our youth. However, I want to reassure you that the dispensaries in our city are not negatively affecting our community. They have strict policies in place that prohibit youth substance abuse, and they are committed to providing safe and responsible access to cannabis for adults. By working together with these merchants and investing in prevention programs, we can create a more informed and educated community. We can help to dispel the myths and misconceptions that exist around cannabis use and create a more accepting and supportive environment for those who choose to use cannabis for medicinal or recreational purposes. In conclusion, I urge the City Council to consider investing more into prevention programs and to establish relationships with cannabis merchants, request that all cannabis merchants have health education and training put into ordinance, and to prepare for the conversation about on-site consumption and what that would mean for our community. Let's work together to create a safer, more informed, and more accepting community for all of our citizens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That was my last card. If you are watching at home, please dial in 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Press star 9 to raise your hand. Emily, do we have anyone on the line?
We have one raised hand. It is Anita Rees.
Anita, please state your full name for the record. I will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
My name is Anita Rees, and I'm calling from the Pacifica Resource Center. I wanted to just give some quick updates. Remind folks that we are open Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 5, Wednesday, 9 to 7, Friday, 9 to 1. We're closed 12:30 to 1:30 Monday through Thursday for lunch. And we'll also be open on Saturday, May 20th from 9 to 1. Our next client choice grocery distribution is on this Wednesday, April 26th at the American Legion Hall, which is at 555 Buell. If you need groceries and haven't signed up for client choice, please arrive at the American Legion Hall after 4 p.m. to get groceries. Otherwise, please call PRC for an appointment to shop in our pantry. At that time, you can also sign up for grocery delivery 1 to 2 times a month, depending on what your need is, especially if you can't make it to the office. We're continuing our no-cost tax preparation services through May 20th on a weekly basis. We offer them on Monday mornings and Wednesday late afternoon and evenings. And then we have a couple of Thursdays in there as well, just to try to help as many people as possible. After May 20th, we'll offer our tax services once a month through October to coincide with California's federal and state tax deadline. I also wanted to share that we hired our second outreach specialist, Sundiata Al-Rashid, for our Unhoused on the Coast outreach work. He will focus on Pacifica. So if you know or see someone who's living outside or in a vehicle, please contact our Unhoused on the Coast outreach team at ucOutreach@pacresourcecenter.org, or you can call Sundiata directly at 650-575-4861. Our Mother's Day card fundraiser is happening now. For a gift of $50 or more, we'll send a card with art from Art by Sanjaya, a local Pacifica artist, to anyone you want to honor for Mother's Day. Our deadline to send a card in time for Mother's Day is May 4th. However, we will continue to mail cards up to Mother's Day, which is on May 14th. Our Palmapalooza fundraiser is returning to an in-person event on September 30th at the Farallon Room at Skyline College. The theme this year is Sunset Dreams, to highlight the amazing view, especially during sunset from the Farallon Room. I'll offer more details as soon as we have them. But for right now, just save the date for September 30th. So for more information on our services or our fundraisers, please contact us by phone 650-738-7470, by email at info@pacresourcecenter.org, or through our website at pacresourcecenter.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
We have an additional raised hand. It is the phone number ending in 3090.
Number ending 3090, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your full name for the record, and I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Janet Turner.
We hear you.
Hello. I'm calling about the housing element report. Am I allowed to talk about that during this meeting?
Because we're not talking about it elsewhere, yes.
Because what?
You are able to, yes. And Sarah, would you please restart her time? Go ahead.
What I'm calling about is the housing element report and the problems with it. First of all, that has not been very forthcoming for the rest of the city, as if you have read at all anything on Nextdoor, most people are really upset about the traffic problems that are going to be caused by your housing element reports additional housing. Now, why the City Council cannot fight back on this, because we have one highway in and one highway out. That creates a huge safety concern for all of us, plus your own traffic survey that stated right in the report says that it will be just horrible traffic. I mean, it says it right in the report that the traffic will be intense and really bad, and it says it right in there that it's going to be not good. Now, it's already not good. And you're going to add to it by adding all this housing at two of the main intersections that cause most of this traffic problem, which is Reina Del Mar and Fassler Avenue. And you're going to add to it by adding all this low-income housing, which is centered around Valimar, which, if you look at the numbers, it is very much uneven and segregated by adding all of the lower-income housing to Valimar area, including that site that you want to swap property with. That's not acceptable. And most of us have not been informed of this. And if you read any of the comments on Nextdoor in Pacifica, people are not informed of this. They're just furious. And 99% of the people that are voicing their opinions are unhappy. And I even tried to find out where the location was for this meeting, because I'd like to come down there and voice my opinion, but it didn't even say where it was. Not on your site. Anywhere did it say where the meeting was. Now, you guys are moving. You guys got construction going on. It's not known where this meeting is. So by trying to be transparent, you're doing a really bad job of it. I just want this known that it is not acceptable. It's not acceptable that you're putting all the low-income housing in Valimar when you could put a lot of it where you're putting right now 50 of 70 units at Oddstead are being high-income properties when this is supposed to be for teachers. Okay, 50 are, they said 50% of those
have a minute remaining.
high-income ones are going towards the general public, but 50% of them are still high-income. What do you think teachers make?
Oh.
And you could put 100% low-income housing in that area because it would at least make segregation more even. Instead, you're putting it all around Valamar. And that's what I'd like to say, is that your own traffic surveys and traffic reports say that you're going to make a bad situation worse. So why do you not fight them and say that if we have a fire or a tsunami, we're already in danger of not getting out, just like Paradise was. They're dying in their cars there. And you think that adding all this housing is going to make us safer or just fine? No, your own housing surveys
Thank you
or your
very
traffic
much.
surveys
I'm
say
sorry to
that we're going to
interrupt
be in
you.
bad shape.
That is the 1 minute, or
Of course.
that's your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling.
Goodbye.
Emily, is there anyone else on the phone?
No.
Okay. In that case, we're bringing it back to council communications and closing public comment. Council members, who would like to go first? Before we begin, and I'll start with Councilmember Bowles, I did want to acknowledge that Jack Burgett with the North Coast County Water District is here with us. And hi, welcome. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So we were all at the council mission, vision, and goals settings Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, which I thought went really well. It was hard to kind of go through all of our goals and all the wonderful things we want to do and prioritize them, knowing that we can't do everything, financially and staff-wise. But I'm pleased that there was good agreement about what we did decide. I mentioned at the last meeting that I was working with the Land Trust on a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Association to look at nature-based solutions to climate change adaptation. And in the 2 days right after our meeting, I'm learning what it means to be a politician. I always said I'm not a politician, but here I was being a politician because I got to politic, and I'm really excited to say that the Coastal Commission and One Shoreline also wrote letters in support of this grant, and I reached out to Civic Well, who reviewed the grant application. That's one of the benefits of my membership, and they said we did a really good job too. And so we'll know at the end of May, and if we make it to the next steps. And I'm really hoping this, if we get this, there's a lot of community engagement around it, and this is something that can really help move our LCP process forward potentially as well. So fingers crossed. I had a couple of meetings with the Pacifica Climate Committee about the CAP, but also about the electrification event that Margot is working on. The Peninsula Clean Energy Citizens Advisory Committee, and the cool thing about that committee is that they ask for, these are members of the public who review and comment and help outreach about Peninsula Clean Energy's mission and programs and so forth. And so we get to actually see everything before the board sees it to give input. So it's a cool group of people. The most exciting thing, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas and I got to attend the ribbon cutting of the Redwood City Navigation Center last Friday, and this is just the coolest project. I've got a little synopsis I can share with you all afterwards, but Redwood City Incorporation, in coordination with the county and a lot of resources and grants that they've gotten, in 1 year built this project with 240 units of housing for the homeless population. And what's really special about it is that they really talk to the homeless people ahead of time, because there are barriers. Like, a lot of people don't want to go live in a group housing where they're sharing beds in a big room. They've got a lot of fear issues and so forth. A lot of people have pets that they can't bring into more shelters. And so these are all individual rooms, for a person or a couple, they can bring their pets. There's, a pet area on site and basketball courts. And I got to talk to the architect who I actually know from a job back in 1989 when I was working. And the reason it was built in a year was because the housing units were all modular. So not shipping containers, but that kind of size. So working with a company. And so all that housing was actually built in just 4 months, that portion of it. So just really amazing, and a lot of things that I think we can learn as we're starting to look at projects for our city too. So it was very exciting. We had the Manor Overcrossing meeting last week, and I just want to thank Public Works and the consultant for the outreach. This room was packed. We were out of chairs. There were people sitting on the tables and standing around the sides. And the really interesting thing, they asked at the beginning how people had heard about it, and a couple of hands on social media. Postcards, almost everybody raised their hand. So I know those are expensive, but that really makes a difference in our community. And it was, the way it was run was really great, where everyone could have a voice and talk to the consultants. So bravo, Lisa and Public Works. Had an emergency preparedness meeting. We had a presentation with North County Fire. And they're going to be looking at maybe focusing on ocean safety and our new life buoys as part of education for the Fog Fest. So that's really exciting. And then I met with commute.org. We are starting to talk about what we might be able to get here in Pacifica for shuttles, and they want to meet with Planning Director Murdoch there are processes that they have for developers that can help with their vehicle miles traveled, so that they have things, in the works. And this might be something that could help the school district too. And then Earth Day with the Beach Coalition with Mayor Big Stick and Mary Beer was really delightful. Two of us got to go on the VIP tour with reps from Berman Becker, SU's office, Kate Hucklebridge, County Health, and members of our community too. It was really, really terrific. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I did a lot these last 2 weeks. So there was a Peninsula Division planning meeting for our event that we did with Cal Cities. We went to Sacramento to talk about investing in cities and giving us $3 billion permanently towards housing and homelessness. We met in small groups with Scott Wiener, Mark Berman, Josh Becker, Diane Pappin, and we talked about also our coastal issues and a lot of other really good city items that we got to speak with them, like I said, in small groups. And it all starts locally, and to invest in cities is the most important part of it. Of course, we did the goal setting. The Democrats featured Jackie Spear. She has a new foundation regarding mainly feeding children, a really important foundation. I went to the opening of the San Mateo County Managed Lanes. They do have an equity piece that they're trying to get out, that for low-income people, it's not just lawyer lanes or Lexus lanes. They do have an equity piece where people can get Clipper cards so that they can pay and use those in the managed lanes if they need to. The open house for the cable TV company, that was fun. We did a couple of little segments on TV. The opening of the Navigation Center was incredible. 1 year and 1 day. And yes, I wrote the couples and pets, because that's the most important part of it. It's not just, and each person has their individual unit with a safe and a lock on the door, which is a really big thing. The lock on the door is really important. The Manor Drive Overcrossing meeting was full. I also, there are differing opinions on whether or not there should be an entrance at Malagra. So that's the same as has been going on the whole time. The Fog Fest board is progressing. I also went to the progress seminar, which was Friday through Sunday, and we had individual segments on housing, health, electrification, jobs, the benefits of life science to cities, especially South City. That's where they get all of their income from the life sciences, and trying to get that to come here. And then at the end of that, Kevin Mullen and Diane Pappin talked about the first 100 days in office, because they're both newly elected in their first 100 days, and explained to us all of the intricacies of being in office. So it was a very busy 2 weeks.
Thank you. Councilmember Beer.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. I also had a busy couple of weeks. Like was said, we all attended our strategic planning meeting. It was really eye-opening and hard, actually, to think about the amount of work that our staff is already doing and the amount of work that we are expecting of them. And so it'll be really good to see all of the strategies go out over the 10 years so we can see how it's spread out. Yeah, because I went home that night feeling a little overwhelmed, like, did we put too much work on our staff? But anyway, it was a really great process, so thank you, Kevin. I really appreciated the process very much. So let's talk about Pride. We had our Pacifica Pride planning meeting, and then we had our Pride fundraisers. And just so y'all know, we raised $12,000 in one night with dueling fundraisers between the Sharp Park Sirens at Table Wine and the Manor Pirates at Pedro Point Brewing Company, and it was so fun. So fun. A lot of beer at the Pedro Point Brewing Company, so it wasn't my style, but they walked the plank into a pool of beer. I mean, okay. But my point is that we're able to pay for the costs, hopefully most of the costs, for the parade and for our family festival at IBL, which we'll be having on June 3rd here in Pacifica. So we're really excited about that. I attended the Age Friendly Community Summit in Half Moon Bay, and I cannot thank Roy Ernst enough for all of the work he does, not only for our city, but for other cities in the county around our age-friendly communities. And working with our new director, Bob, from Park, Beaches, and Recreations can be very exciting because he has so much history of working with age-friendly cities, so I'm excited about that. I attended the North Coast County Water District meeting and our ad hoc meeting. So we met with Jack back there and Josh and Tiger and I and had some really important discussions. They're going to be having an open house on May 3rd from 5 to 7 p.m. because they're going to be building new facilities. Please go on in, get to know the staff there, take a look at their project. It's really nice to be able to have the open house so that we can go get to know them and their projects. There's work going on the Sheila Tank, and they have the test well project and the data around the drought. I mean, we're doing really well. I know, like, next year it could be a totally different story, but for right now, the reservoirs are full. We're doing a really great job, especially here in Pacifica, so keep conserving. I attended the PCT open house, super fun. Love you, PCT. We couldn't do any of this without you, so everyone please continue to support PCT and their ventures as they move forward with their property. They bought the property there. My goodness, yeah, there was a lot. Earth Day was super great. Because I wasn't the mayor this year, I kind of got to take just a little tiny back seat, so I actually got to pick up trash around the accident site where my nephew's accident was with my 8-year-old neighbor. So we got to talk all about drinking and driving, and it was just a really awesome couple of hours to spend with him. So I appreciated the opportunity to be able to do that. It was great. Thank you to the Pacific Beach Coalition. Mayor's Mental Health Initiative. Again, Bob, I know you're back there. I see you. Thank you again for all of the work that you're going to be doing with our city for the May is Mental Health Month. So we're going to be lighting up the city in green. There's going to be information going out. So I did want to request for our partnering agencies, if you were able to put a blurb into your outreach materials that are going out to either your constituents or to your communities about May is Mental Health Month. I have language for you, and I have a blurb for you. So Recology, Water District, School District, anybody else who would like to put some information out about May is Mental Health Month, please contact me. I can just send it to you, and you can just plop it right in. So it's really important that people get connected to services, and we reduce the stigma around asking for those services. Oh, let's see. I think there was more. Yeah, there was. So I attended the HEART Member Agency Committee meeting, and I learned so much during that meeting. There's so many wonderful programs going on. The first-time buyers program specifically, there was 13 folks from Pacifica who used the first-time buyers program in the last year. So that's really wonderful for the middle-income folks who are wanting to buy their first home. So yay to HEART. And we're also going to have a shared housing staff. Maybe you could touch on that briefly, Kevin, if you can. We're excited about that. Or I don't even know if it's ready to talk about yet, but that's okay. We're still doing it. Yeah, that's a lot. And then my interns were here tonight speaking about cannabis policy. I'm so proud of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to say that while we were in Sacramento at the Cal Cities event, Tiger and I got to speak before the Senate Budget Subcommittee 2, talking about saving funding for our coast that they are trying to eliminate from the budget. And that was probably the most important thing we did, and I didn't mention that. But it was really good to be able to stand up for the coast. Thanks.
I was going to bring it up.
Okay.
You can bring it up too.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes, it was a busy couple of weeks. The night after our last council meeting was the night of the strategic planning meeting that everyone's referring to, and I realized, oh yeah, that was the 2-day back-to-back. I forgot about that. It was busy, but good, in a good way. While Council Member Vaterlas was in Sacramento, I had the opportunity to attend the CCAG meeting, City and County Association of Governments, from which I still owe Councilmember Vaterlas my notes, but I just want to touch on a couple of items that for the city manager and especially Director Peterson, there was a report on grant programs coming from the Inflation Reduction Act, all federal money. So I know we have our grant writing consultants that we work with. The one that really caught my ear, I was like, oh, it was through the EPA, and it had specifically to do with stormwater. And I'm like, stormwater, let's talk to them and find out. It sounded like an interesting project or opportunity that perhaps Pacifica could benefit from. There are other thing they mentioned, and I'm sure you know what this is, but I didn't. It's under the category of broadband, the BEAD Digital Equity Project that they were speaking about, BEAD, I think is the acronym. And I know we've had some concerns about coverage in Pacifica, so I don't know if that's an option for us. And then something coming through the San Mateo County to all cities on funding for energy efficiency. And we get $300,000 for the county. So what I don't understand is how much, it's not a lot of money. So how that comes down to us, but I did want to mention it. Councilmember Bowles, when you're at commute.org and when you're talking to them, can you please get some more details that you could share on the Guaranteed Ride Home program that they offer that is for everybody, yes, including college students? And what it is if you, I think they're trying to really address getting people out of their cars and onto shuttles or onto more mass transit. But there is a certain resistance or concern. What if I need to get home? I have a pet, I have a parent, I have someone sick, I need my car. And this is a guaranteed ride home for anybody, and I don't know how it works. It's a Lyft ride or Uber, and if it's an emergency, you need to come ASAP and you can't wait for a shuttle. So
Absolutely, it's a free service they provide. I'll bring more details.
that would be great, thank you. The other thing I took away from that every time I attend this meeting, Sue, I get where you come from on the, you hear a lot about things that are not happening on the coast because it's the entire county. And the one that was really hard to hear about from, I think it was from commute.org, yes, was in their Bike to Work program. And again, back to that housing jobs imbalance, we don't have a lot of jobs here that aren't the school district or the city, or Safeway. But it might be there's something possible for us in this. There are 24 shuttles around the county that are completely covered, the cost of it, by commute.org. There's no fare. They all have bike racks on them, and people get shuttled around. And one of the biggest places where it happens was in Brisbane, and I was pleased to hear that because they're kind of close to us anyway. But, you know, it's where there's a lot of jobs. And if you can get yourself close to your job on mass transit, then you can get this shuttle to take you that last little bit. And so what I kept thinking about is, okay, bike to work, bike to work. How about bike to recreation? I think we all need recreation. It's part of a balanced and healthy life, work-life balance. So when you were talking about, you're going to be seeing about some shuttles for, I see that our esteemed former colleague, Councilmember O'Neill's in the audience tonight for a reason. And he did work with commute.org before you. And so, you know, he's paved the way and you can bring it home around,
That's my goal.
Shuttle to Pacifica with your bike on a rack instead of driving your car to Pacifica to take it out of your car or the back of your truck and then ride your bike. I think it's an idea whose time has come. Something else important. Something else important that I loved hearing was this, you know, we're all focusing on equity and equity programs, and we need to make sure that everything we do, we're taking in all of the needs of all of the people into account. And one specific mention, Sue, that you will like and you will be able to come back to time and again was income equity and geographic equity. So this seems like a good opportunity. The door is open. Now we just have to stick our foot in it and really move forward. Big talk all about the Cordilleras Bridge replacement project. It's not going to be as bad as the 101 lanes, but there are going to be 4 weekends, and wouldn't be nice if I knew when they are, but Councilmember Vaudelas will find out and let you know. There will be 4 specific weekends that a chunk of 101 is going to be fully closed. 2 of the weekends will be northbound lanes, 2 of the weekends will be southbound lanes. There'll be a workaround, and this is the area of 101 near Britton Avenue and Whipple, in that vicinity. So it'll be nice to know when those are because sometimes you just don't want to go that way or go on that road if you don't have to. And they're not right this minute. They're coming up in a little while. Those are the highlights, but really always an information-packed meeting, and it was great. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for going to Sacramento. Had the opportunity after the Democrats meeting to attend, and it was wonderful seeing our former Congresswoman, to attend the Malt and Stone ribbon cutting with the mayor. This is a new business on Palmetto Avenue, a very darling little boutique kind of shop. And the thing, my biggest takeaway and my biggest excitement from an economic development standpoint was seeing the demographics of the folks who were running the business and who were standing around outside celebrating that the business was owned. This is young professionals with young kids, and lots of them. And they seem to have money to spend. And so I was like, yes, there's lots of other things to do on Palmetto Avenue too. So I'm excited that's bringing in, that excitement, new people and new invigoration. The Pride fundraiser, did you say how much was raised? $12,000. Oh, you did say it? I didn't hear you say it. $12,000 was raised in one day. My personal goal was $5,000. So, as the little tote board, little, what do you call that thing? Thermometer kept going up and up and up. It's like, oh, this is fantastic. So just so you know, it doesn't necessarily cost $12,000 to put on a Pride Parade. It really doesn't. There's a lot of aspects of that day that are going to be amazing, including entertainment at IBL Middle School and the Family Festival, and a lot of other things that go into that cost. And we already have covered our costs. And so the good news is the extra funding will go to Coast Pride to continue the work that they're doing supporting all of our communities, as they like to say, and I've heard them say it many times, from Pacifica to Pescadero. And so, but I did put a little marker into an email. I didn't hear back, but you're on the board, so, I did say, I wonder if it would be possible just to have a little earmark of a little startup cash for next year's go around, but I don't know if that'll fly. I did not attend the Manor Overcrossing meeting. I would have liked to have, but we had 2 council members that could attend, and that was okay. So we'll be all hearing more about it as it evolves. It's not a one and done kind of a meeting. But thank you for representing us, you too. North County Board meeting, Mr. Burgett, thank you so much for being so welcoming to us when we attend. And I do apologize for not always being able to be there for the whole thing, because I have competing meetings on Wednesdays a lot of times. But I do appreciate the information. It's very, very beneficial. And it was especially appreciated hearing about and following the work that's going on the new building on Francisco, the new headquarters building. And it is going to be, it's like the beautiful anchors on either end of Francisco are going to be North Coast County Waters in site and office, main office, and our own City Hall Civic Center area. And the design is so consistent, and it's just going to be lovely. So there will be an open house coming up. We'll be advertising it, I'm sure, through Connect with Pacifica for people in the community to go and learn more about that project and see the designs and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be really, really good. I highly recommend taking a look. The Coastal Cities Group, I'm going to wrap it up really fast. I'm almost done, I promise. Coastal Cities Group leadership meeting met, which is a Zoom. It's so refreshing to be able to do a Zoom for that. And we are hosting Kate Hucklebridge. She came to the meeting, as did Madeline Cavalieri from Coastal Commission, to meet all of the folks that are representing the state. All the coastal cities in the state are represented on this leadership group. And they are Kate is going to be the featured speaker for a webinar that will be advertised through League of Cities, Cal Cities. They have a listserv for all the coastal cities. So it is elected and staff that attend, and they'll have information to share about upcoming Coastal Commission priorities, and to give her a chance to be introducing herself to all the coastal cities. So that was the majority of what we talked about. There was one piece of legislation I wanted to put on everyone's radar, and it is, well, there's actually 2. Becker and Pappen are carrying around the Brown Act. They're not letting it go around. And what this is to allow us to have some of our regional meetings on Zoom, so that we're not all generating greenhouse gases, driving all over the place to go to these meetings when we could do them on Zoom. But it is going to take some work. The other one that's important that I wanted to highlight is it's carried by 2 people. It's Assembly Bill 1534 by Ward, and I guess it's Senate 1532 by Haney, and it has to do with housing and office conversion projects. And the issue is do schools get fees, the developer fees? If the building already exists, and so that kind of, when a brand new building is built, there's some developer fees that go to support, and so that's what the legislation is about over there. And also, how will it affect RENA? So I don't know that we'll have any of those, but I thought it was important to note. And that is all. Oh, I went to the Progress Seminar, yes. It was a fantastic weekend, a great opportunity to connect with folks from business, other electeds in the county, and labor groups, and wonderful presentations. I think the thing that was my biggest takeaway that I thought was the best use or benefit opportunity for us all was there was a evaluator from HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, who was on this particular panel and was able to hear directly from cities about issues and concerns and questions. And if I'm not mistaken, I hope you caught it, I didn't write it down, when Diane Pappen was speaking at the end, I think she said 87% of housing elements in the state have not been approved by HCD. So the message is, how can we make the process more streamlined? And she's working on that because they understand the need for more housing, but also we need to be able to move the plans through. So that's a great opportunity for us to learn more, and that is what I did for the last 2 weeks.
Councilmember Beer.
Because I talked too long.
Well, as I wont to do, Ukraine, as always, weighs heavily on my mind, and this week so does the Sudan. Grateful for the freedoms we have to discuss things, to try and resolve without the need for violence. I, too, had a busy couple of weeks. I actually spent almost as much time outside of Pacifica as I spent inside of Pacifica. Yeah. After the strategic planning session we had after our last council meeting, I also, along with Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus, attended the Cal Cities City Leaders Summit in Sacramento. It was interesting because when we got there, we were kind of given some of the Cal Cities legislation that we might sort of pitch to the decision makers we were going to be meeting with, but also afforded us an opportunity to talk with them about the issues going on in Pacifica. And so on day one, we got to meet with Assemblywoman Pappen. We also met Dave Cortese, Mark Berman, and Josh Becker. The following day, we got to meet with Scott Wiener. It was a unique opportunity to have time with Scott Wiener in a comparatively intimate setting, and so it was good to make use of that. We got to talk to Alex Lee's staff, and then spent some more time with Josh Becker, who is kind of the most accessible to us given our relationship with him and that he is our state senator. But because of the nature of our relationship with him, we got to enjoy that time, which was preceded by speaking in front of the subcommittee he was chairing on natural resources, energy, and water regarding sea level rise resilience needs here in Pacifica during his Senate budget subcommittee that, again, he was chairing. We basically read off of the packet that we had given to our higher elected leaders when we gave them tours, so we made sure to keep that on the level of information readily available to everyone. Day three, there were some interesting seminars. A part of it has to do with leadership and trying to give us tools to become better leaders. What I found interesting was that no fewer than the three that we were able to attend, they mentioned Ted Lasso. It was humanizing on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was interesting that as they're giving these talks, they're drawing comparisons between the leadership that we do, which hopefully is a highly formalized something, occasional jokes notwithstanding, and these representations of what ultimately were interpreted as high-level ideals being displayed in a palatable fashion, whereby we could both be entertained but also hopefully learn lessons, and a testament, no doubt, to the show's writing. I'll have to later go back and review it, apparently. Usually I write these down in shorthand for myself, but I didn't have the opportunity this afternoon, so I'm just kind of digging through my pages. We attended the City Democrats meeting where Jackie Spear was talking about her new initiative to address the wealth disparity in our county, especially where children are concerned. Got to enjoy the Molten Stone ribbon cutting with Councilmember Beckmeyer, and the Pacific Coast Television open house, the tail end of their 45th anniversary celebration, but really a celebration that after all that, they were able to buy the unit. Very good news for our community and for making sure that we are able to utilize every tool of transparency at our disposal. I was grateful to be joined by fellow council members Beer and Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus, and our County Supervisor Ray Mueller joined us also, which was a treat. I attended the OzPAC meeting on the 19th. Amongst all the other business discussed, one of the major takeaways for me, the GGNRA were talking about the memorials in Maury Point, and that due to federal regulations, they're going to have to remove some of the memorials that were put up by people. This was done a number of years ago. They want to make sure they're very sensitive about how they do it, and so they'll be coordinating with the city to make sure that we're able to reach out to folks so that their memorials that were put up by citizens are treated respectfully. So look for that on the horizon. It was also an opportunity to meet our new senior planner in town, Stephanie Cervantes, as she was giving us some information that night. The next volunteer day that the Open Space Parkland Advisory Committee is going to be holding to try and do some trail rehabilitation looks like will be on May 13th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Then after that, I got to hop back and forth a little bit between Progress Seminar in Santa Rosa and Earth Day here. So I missed out on the educational breakout sessions for the Progress Seminar because I was in an Earth Day with my colleague. And it was really good to be on that VIP tour to really see the extent that it's not just beach cleanup anymore. There are so many groups that cover inland in Pacifica so that that trash ultimately doesn't roll down to the beach. And it's really amazing to see the way community gets together to take that preemptive step so that whatever winds up on the beach doesn't have to be cleaned up from the beach. And it was good to be there with fellow representatives and the community. And then for Progress, while I didn't attend the educational segments, it was a wonderful opportunity for networking. A lot of folks, not just electeds, but all sorts of community leaders from San Mateo County, inundate this spot in Santa Rosa for a couple of days, and so it's a really good opportunity to deepen relationships and start new relationships and you would otherwise never know unless given, you know. I wish I'd had center opening. But while we're, you know, going from issues ranging from public safety to housing and education, et cetera, it's good to be in a circumstance with these folk where we can loosen up a little bit and deepen that relationship. The representative earlier from the Leadership Council of San Mateo County made reference about forming those relationships when they really don't matter that much, so that when those relationships really do matter, they're there to tap into. And amongst other things, the Progress Seminar was a great opportunity to do exactly that. So that's my report, and with that, we'll turn it over to staff communications.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Member, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Sorry about that, just Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have two quick items, but since the mayor opened the door on Ted Lasso, I thought maybe we should just spend some time to talk about Ted Lasso instead. No, I know everyone in the audience is waiting patiently for the big item we have.
We know you're a soccer player, so.
Yeah, can talk endlessly about it. I love that show. Two items, quickly. The new police chief, Mia Sarasua, began her first day today. She had a busy day today, and I gave her the night off. And on that note, I did want to give a shout out and a thank you to Captain Clements, who's been acting as police chief for a long time. So, thank you, Chris. And I know Captains Glasgow and Clements are giving the new chief a great welcome, as is the entire department. And we're happy to have her here, and she will take her time getting oriented, and look forward to that. The other item I wanted to mention, it was mentioned earlier about our Life Buoys project, which was a special presentation, I believe, at the last council meeting or one of the recent ones. I lose track of how many we've had, and back-to-back ones. But our first life buoy installation is in place, just out the council chambers here, I believe, and 5 more to follow along the promenade, and then some more after that, time to be determined on their installations. But so that's great to have those up, and I also would like to give a shout out to Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Director Bob Palacio for his work in making that happen. So thanks, Bob. And actually, those were the two, if we're going to pass on talking about Ted Lasso, those were the two announcements I did want to make. So.
Only if you pull a meaningful lesson out of it about leadership, otherwise.
Yeah, well, I've been known to be called Led Tasso before, so.
Okay. We are now going to item number 5, which becomes what was formerly item number 1.
Excuse,
1A.
Item 1, the minutes.
Remember 1A? 1A, I mean 1, the minutes?
Right.
Oh, it's the new 5.
When I asked city attorney earlier, the impression I got was we're renumbering it new 5.
Sorry, we're just trying to help.
I appreciate it, thank you. And so if staff report might begin us, or we can jump right into Councilmember Bowles' concerns, whatever seems pertinent.
Clerk Coffey, I can just say that the item on the consent agenda, item number 1, was the approval of minutes from the City Council and Planning Commission joint study session held on March 21st, 2023, and the City Council's special and regular meeting held on April 10th, 2023. And so before the council tonight is the approval of those minutes, and the options for the council are to either approve those minutes or to not approve those minutes. Council could also continue the item to a date uncertain and give direction to to staff to make the corrections identified by Councilmember Bowles, or any other corrections that the council wants to take. What is not on the agenda this evening is a discussion about the way that the city takes minutes. So I just want to caution the council that that is not on the agenda, but a direction has been given by the mayor, or a request has been made by the mayor for a future agenda item to that effect.
Thank you.
I feel like I said everything I want to say. I personally am not, I don't feel like I can vote to approve the minutes today. So, I mean, it's up to you all whether you want to vote as they are.
Before we get to motions, did you want to break out the minutes from one of the dates as something you could vote on, or did you want to not vote on either of them tonight?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a minor correction to the minutes to the council meeting too. And and then that's fine. So that was just on packet page 30, in the middle of my communications, the sentence after, that's after Mayor Bixtick, where it says, she stated the theme was thanking all volunteers. So that there was a transition there between talking about one meeting I attended and the next one. And so I just want to say she stated the theme, or she met with the Pacific Beach Coalition about Earth Day, and the theme was, because there's no mention of Beach Coalition, so that's all. That's just a little addition in those minutes. If that made sense. Did that make sense, Sarah? I'm sorry, I talked too fast.
So I'm seeing the sentence, she stated that.
Yeah, so the
Minister
sentence.
of Clean Energy is doing a lot to help us move toward electrification.
Yeah, sorry, it's after that. It's midway in the paragraph. She stated the theme was thanking all volunteers. So just she met with the Pacific Beach Coalition about Earth Day, and the theme was. It switched from talking about one topic to another, and it didn't make any sense without knowing it was the Beach Coalition.
So are you saying that you're willing to vote for the minutes from April 10th with this correction?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Bowles, can you point out which line that is in the paragraph?
It's literally in the middle. It's on the left. It starts. She stated. It's right under.
She stated the theme was.
Yeah, that one.
And you wanted the sentence before that. She met with Pacific Beach Coalition.
Oh yes. And stated that. So you just add it to the beginning.
So changing she to and stated. I'm sorry, I'm not.
She stated she met with the Pacific Beach Coalition about Earth Day plans, and
She stated she met with Pacific Beach Coalition about Earth Day plans and stated the theme was thanking all volunteers.
Yes. Thanks.
And Mayor Big Stick, earlier, one comment that I did hear was a request to add the planning commissioners in attendance at the joint study session to those minutes, which if you're going to consider adoption and not continue approval of minutes to a future meeting, maybe just add that to the motion to add that change.
That change would be for the minutes for March 21st, correct? Okay. So for city attorney, shall we take this then as two motions for each set of minutes? Okay.
Yes.
Before a motion is made, does anybody from the public wish to speak? Emily, is there anyone on the line? Closing public comment.
I move that we approve item 1A on the consent agenda, adding the names of the planning commissioners.
I second.
And just to clarify, that's now item 5 on the agenda.
Oh, sorry, 5A.
I think it's just. Oh, no.
Because there's A and B.
Sorry. Vote.
Let's vote.
So, I'm sorry. I missed
Before
that.
you vote, if you have anything you want to say on it, you're welcome to.
Okay. Well, I still think that one comment is actually not captured properly, and I spoke to a planning commissioner about that. So,
Hey, Sarah,
that's all.
would you mind terribly resetting that before we vote?
So I do believe that what you were talking about, that one comment that you were talking about, I believe that you're correct about that, and that we did talk about coming back and looking at the sites before things went. So I agree with that. I just don't know how to change them. We could look at the recording and see what was said there. But I do believe you're right. Thank you.
And on that point, I'm happy to clarify the direction that was given to staff. So the council had a long discussion that night, and we're not repeating sort of the discussion or the direction that was given, but I want to provide what my understanding is and what the minutes say, and I did review the recording this morning. So there was discussion about, there was clear direction to make revisions and submit the draft housing element to HCD. And then there was discussion about what should be done concurrently with HCD's review of our draft housing element as opposed to what should wait until we receive comments back from the HCD. And after all of council's discussion, the mayor and the chair of the planning commission said if staff could develop a work plan for what would be feasible concurrent next steps and bring that back to the council, that's what we would like to see. So that's the plan. We're submitting the draft housing element to HCD. After that, we're going to work on evaluating what we can do concurrently with waiting for HCD's comments back. And that may or may not entail another joint study session or session with council because, as you remember, I clarified that would that be a productive use of time if council or the planning commission is going to talk in depth about sites, absent having heard what HCD has to say about those sites. But we're going to develop a work plan of alternatives and bring that back to council for considering what we can do. And there's other parallel things we can do, like getting the RFP consultant selection process going for a CEQA review, et cetera. And then, once we do receive comments back from HCD, there will certainly be additional planning commission and council discussion in the future. Yes, and so the minutes reflect what I just summarized.
And that was my understanding at the time, is that there was consensus insofar as we all expressed interest in those concurrent meetings, and I very specifically said as feasible, appreciating that it may be a heavier lift than we were thinking all up here, even though we were quite in unison. And so what I had asked for was for you to bring back to myself and the chair what we could do within the context of what our mutual desire was. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Does somebody wish to add, make an alternate motion or offer a friendly amendment? If not, please vote.
And with the motion to approve the minutes as amended for item 1A made by Vaterlas, I believe the second was by Beer.
No.
Or was it Beckmeyer?
Beckmeyer.
That vote passes 4-1 with Bowles a no.
Second motion, I move to approve the minutes from April 10th with the amendments stated by Bowles.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
And that motion by Mayor Big Stick, second by Councilmember Beer. And the vote for the minutes for item 1B passed unanimously as amended.
And given the discussion we had, I am looking forward to having that brought back in terms of an agenda item sooner than later. Thank you. Okay, this moves us on to item number 6, formerly item number 5. Public hearing regarding the Oddstad workforce housing. I very specifically made a point in advance to make sure I could reduce it to those 3 words through city attorney, rather than reading this very long description. Can we have a staff report, please?
Do I need to make my statement?
Yes,
If you don't mind, Mayor, I had a statement I needed to make.
please do.
So being this item is about the Pacifica School District Workforce Housing Project, and I am employed by the Pacifica School District. Although I've been advised by our legal counsel that it is not a legal conflict of interest, because of the concerns some may have in the community, I've decided it would be best, out of an abundance of caution, to recuse myself from this item. So I've been advised that that means I would leave the dais and you all would carry on without me, and I'll see you on the other side when we come to item 7, formerly known as item 6.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. Staff report, please. Oh, you know what? Before we begin, it occurs to me that I have had conversations with the school district in various forms over the course of the last couple of years, and I wanted to, again, out of an abundance of caution, disclose my ex parte communications accordingly, and I invite any other council member who wants to disclose ex parte to do so now.
To presentations.
Yeah, I attended their presentation at the facility where they had their consultants out. That's all.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable council members. I'm Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I'm joined this evening by the Planning Commission Liaison, Commissioner Daniela Devine, our environmental consultant Crystal Rizzi from M Group, and contract planner Chris Docamus, who's joining us via Zoom. The item before you is a 70-unit housing project proposed by the Pacifica School District. The project is designed primarily as a workforce housing project for employees of the school district. At least 45 of the housing units would be reserved for workforce housing, with up to 25 units available for rent by the general public, depending on school district employee demand for workforce housing. To enable the project, the applicant has requested a rezoning to the PD Planned Development Zoning District to allow specification of precise uses on the site, as well as some flexibility with other zoning development standards. The project also includes a development agreement that includes several public benefits to the city generally and several public benefits to the school district. A development agreement is essentially a contract between the city and an applicant that arrives at these various benefits through negotiation and mutual agreement. The project is located at the intersection of Oddstadt Boulevard and Yosemite Drive below Frontierland Park. The project site is currently developed with the former Oddstadt School and is a total of about 12.5 acres. The general plan land use designation is low density residential, and the zoning is R1 single family residential currently. The project involves a re-subdivision of a former single family residential neighborhood that was initially subdivided as part of the Park Pacifica neighborhood. Those residential lots were never developed, and the school district ultimately acquired the property to build Oddstadt School. And you can see the site plan on your screen. The project proposes a subdivision into 3 lots. Lot 1 essentially consisting of the ball fields and parking lot as it exists today. Lot 2 being phase 1 of the project with 45 units proposed. And then Lot 3 for a potential phase 2 for the project, which would include 25 units. And here is a visual rendering of the project site viewing from Oddstadt Boulevard. The project requires approval of a number of items from the city. The first category of approvals are known as the development permits. These include a specific plan to lay out the building as an architecture, a vesting tentative subdivision map to perform the subdivision I previously described, and a heritage tree removal authorization for the removal of 1 heritage tree. The other approvals are the legislative items, which are the subject of tonight's public hearing. These include the rezoning to PD planned development, the development plan, which is part of the PD zoning to specify applicable development standards and allowable uses, and a development agreement which will be described in further detail in a moment. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 20th to consider the project and all required approvals, including an environmental impact report or EIR. The Planning Commission took action to certify the EIR added conditions of approval to the development permits, and recommended City Council approval of the legislative items with a minor change to add language about below market rate housing construction occurring in Phase 1 to the development agreement that was inadvertently omitted by staff. The Planning Commission certified the final EIR and related actions as modified, approved the development permits as conditioned, and recommended City Council approval of the legislative items with the minor revision to the development agreement that I described. Here you can see another vantage point of the project from Oddstadt Boulevard, and importantly, the project proposes to keep all of those existing trees along Oddstadt Boulevard. The City Council's role this evening is to consider the legislative items, the rezoning, development plan, and development agreement, as well as to consider the EIR. The Planning Commission's approval of the development permits is final, but is contingent on City Council approval of the legislative items. The legislative items include the rezoning to PD Planned Development Zoning District. The development plan implements the PD zoning and specifies allowable uses and development standards, in this case based on the R3 multiple family residential zoning district, given the nature of the project. The legislative items also include the development agreement, or DA. The DA includes various school district benefits, including but not limited to vested development rights for 15 years and an alternative arrangement to satisfy the city's parkland requirements. The DA also includes various public benefits for the city, including construction of all BMR units in Phase 1 of the project. Other public benefits include formalized public access to the ball fields for at least 20 years, unless the school district needs use of the land for a bona fide school district purpose, several additional acres of parkland for public use in the ball fields in excess of the city's required 1.4 acre parkland dedication, first right of purchase of the additional parkland in the future for the city, and construction by the school district of a restroom, changing room, and concessions building. To comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the city prepared an environmental impact report, or EIR. The city held a scoping meeting in November 2021, released a draft EIR for public comment in November 2022, and published the final EIR in March 2023. The EIR found that all impacts that would result from the project could be mitigated to less than significant levels with mitigation measures, except for vehicle miles traveled. The city has prepared a statement of overriding considerations to explain why the project should still be approved despite the significant and unavoidable environmental impact. Benefits from the project include but are not limited to removal of aging facilities and site improvements, parkland access for the public, enhanced recruitment and retention of teachers and other staff by the school district, construction of BMR housing, and important progress towards the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. These benefits cumulatively and individually justify approval of the project. And here's the last visual I'll show this evening with a vantage point from Yosemite Drive looking across the ball fields. Staff's recommendation on the items before you is to use the recommended motion on packet page 139 to certify the final EIR, adopt the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, or MMRP, and approve the Statement of Overriding Considerations, and then to introduce the ordinance to approve the rezoning and development plan, and introduce the ordinance to approve the development agreement. With that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Director. And welcome, Planning Commissioner. Do we have questions from Council? Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really excited that this is coming before us today, and we can talk more about that later. But thank you, school district, and all the work that's gone into this all the time. Thank you for your patience as it's gone through the planning department, and I know there's a lot of support and a lot of need for this project for our teachers and school staff. So thank you. So just a few minor technical clarification. I wanted to ask Planning Director Murdoch if this site was listed in the previous housing element.
I would have to double check, but I'm not aware that we did list it in the prior housing element.
I didn't see any note of that in the staff report, and I know just from looking at the current housing element, if we're not what the staff report did say was that with the PD zoning, we could build up to 262 units. So I just want to make sure, I know we have to sometimes find other sites, right, to make up the units if we're not providing what the maximum capacity is. So just wanted to clarify that. I've had a few questions from the public about the deed restrictions, and I heard back from the city manager and city attorney that the deed restriction documents, the compliance agreements, aren't yet done. That's something that typically happens a little bit further down the road. Is that right?
Yes, those will be brought back for the second reading of the ordinances.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, I know per our planning regulations, with the 15% inclusionary zoning, we only need to provide 11 units as part of this project, and I know the school district is hoping, obviously, to make more of those affordable, but are we only asking for 11 to be deed restricted as part of these approvals?
The city is only requiring 11 to be deed restricted, consistent with the city's below market rate inclusionary zoning ordinance. We did approach the school district during the development agreement negotiations to push them and ask if they would agree to deed restrict more units, given that they were already going to rent them at below market rate levels, if not formally below market rate levels. They declined to provide additional units at a deed restricted basis because they were concerned, as I understood it, about project financing. By having more restrictions on the potential income from the project. They may be able to expand more upon that if you were to ask them the same question. But at this point, the project only includes 11 deed-restricted affordable housing units.
I do want to ask that question of the applicant, and maybe that's later. And I've talked to Senator Becker about this project, and I think, and he's like, let us know when it's ready to go. I think there will be opportunities for us to help find more grant funding. And personally, well, no, I'm not supposed to say that yet. I'm not telling you what I think, right? Just asking questions. We can talk about that later. Sorry. I'm still learning.
I'm still learning.
I asked a question about the development agreement earlier because the one that's on page 182 is missing some numbers, and then we were told to look at the one on page 441 that the Planning Commission had at their meeting. So I just want to clarify which one we're actually reviewing and approving tonight, because I don't know if other changes were made because we don't have them side by side.
So Councilmember Bowles, the content is the same. I'm not sure what happened with the formatting and the preparation of the attachments. The hyperlinked table of contents that's also in the draft ordinance attachment will take you to the appropriate section based on the section headings. But as I mentioned in my reply earlier to the inquiry, if you look at packet page 441 through 477, the sections are numbered, and the substantive comment between the attachment to the Planning Commission resolution and the draft ordinance is the same. It's just the section numbering and headings that had that mix up in the formatting.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, that's all I have for right now.
Any other questions? Okay. In that case, we're going to open it up to the public hearing. I'm going to invite at this time the applicant to speak and provide an opening presentation. And you have 10 minutes to do it. I think we're promoting some folks to Zoom who might want to be a part of the applicant team. We're just loading up the PowerPoint presentation so the applicant has their material to work off of. And good evening, Board Member Bradall.
Okay. Right. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Bradall, and I have been a resident of Pacifica for 34 years. I raised 3 children who attended Cabrillo School, and I'm serving my 3rd term, 9th year, as trustee on the school board. Okay. The challenge. I have watched as the struggle to attract new teachers gets more difficult every year. The cost of housing and rent in the Bay Area is causing great concern about our ability to serve our children in the future. Too often, when we offer a position to a new recruit, they are excited about moving to Pacifica, but then have to turn down the position because of the cost of living. Many of our young teachers that grew up in Pacifica are devoted to our school district, but they end up living in their childhood home so that they can stay in the community that they love. Quality teachers and staff are key to the educational mission of the Pacifica School District. The process. I've been involved in community conversations about repurposing Odstad Elementary School for the past 8 years. Mike O'Neill helped surplus the property years before that with the hope of it being used in the future in a useful and innovative way. We strongly believe that the plan presented here tonight will serve not only our school community, but also the Pacifica community. This is the product of years of intense study and feedback from Pacifica residents and our school district employees. The plan. It is important that we craft the best solution we can to meet the needs of our whole community. We feel that 930 Odstad, reimagined as workforce housing, will serve this greater purpose. Okay, on the timeline, as you can see, Odstad Elementary School was closed in 2005. In 2017, Brookwood Advisors joined us, and Hart provided us with pre-construction financing. 2020, now plans, that was when plans were for 70 residences have been working through the design project. Okay, our outreach. We have held a city study session, district staff review, and 3 public open houses. There have been citywide postcard mailings, door hangers to all fence line neighbors, and e-blasts to 6,000 parents. Our in-person open houses had 87 attendees who completed surveys, asked questions, and provided us with valuable comments and input. I would very much like to thank the whole community for working with us over the past several years. And I will now turn it over to Shepard Heary of Brookwood Advisors. Just to the left.
Good evening, Mayor Basic and council members. It's an honor to be here. My name is Shepard Heary. Shepard Heary, I'm the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Brookwood Group. Our advisory unit has been working with the school district for a number of years now, and it's been an honor to work with them. The trustees, the advisory committee, the staff, and it's increasingly been an honor to work with the city in a very collaborative manner. So we are pleased with this project and I think it's very worthy. If I can advance this, I will do so. There we go. The site plan is such that we are able to keep the project at a very low-rise scale, two stories maximum. So it's very compatible with the neighborhood. It will consist of 70 residences, 26 are townhomes, and 44 are 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. The 2 apartment buildings, you can see at the opposite extremes of the site. The large building on the lower left is Building A, and the building on the right side is Building D. Those are the apartments, 2-story apartments. The other buildings are townhomes, and at least 64% of them will be subsidized for district teachers and staff. We hope to have a 100% affordability model in the long term. And as Elizabeth said, Hart has been helping us with the financing on the project. Probably the most exciting part of the project from the community's perspective is that we're saving the playing fields. Not only saving them, but improving them, and improving them not just on the fields themselves, but we have a building that we're constructing that will have locker rooms, changing facilities, a snack bar for teams to use it, and it has a picnic area that's shaded, so it should be a very nice facility for the community. This is a view across those fields, and you can see that we're improving the drainage. We are also turning the upper parking lot into a dual-purpose basketball practice court. So that's one thing that one of our advisory members was very keen on. In the view on the lower right is the building we're calling the Vesturarios building, which I think means changing rooms. And it will serve the public with public restrooms, locker rooms, and it sits on Lot 2, but it actually serves the uses on Lot 1. Oops, I went too far. This is, again, a view of that building that I was just describing, and a similar view at dusk. This is a bird's eye view of the project. You can see that we have photovoltaic panels on structures over the surface parking lot. And we also have EV charging stations and actually exceeding the code minimum requirement there. So it's, I can go into detail about that if you like. Again, this is a view at dusk, and I think it's something that we really are very, very proud to be involved with. It's been a real pleasure working with the community, and I think the uses that we're putting into the changing room building are the result of community input directly. We have a schedule that's, this is a very generalized schedule, but you can see we've been at this for a little while. We're very pleased to have worked very successfully with the city staff in the last year, and we have actually completed design development drawings, so we are ready to move into the construction document phase. We hope to secure the financing that we are working toward and take contract bids on various different components of the scope of work, starting with possibly abatement of the existing building and demolition as early as later this year. We hope to start construction in 2024 and deliver the project in 2025. There are 2 phases to the project. We would like to ideally proceed with both phases simultaneously, but the possibility exists that 25 units in phase 2 could be market rate units to help subsidize the financing of phase 1. So with that, I have a much more detailed schedule, but you can't read it on this screen, so I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I also want to mention that with us this evening, we have the design architect, Alex Seidel. On the telephone, we have the landscape architect, Leah Farley, and the civil engineer, Tim Heffernan. And also, I believe, although it may be late where he's based, Brock Ellers, who is the production architect or executive architect for the project. So all of us are available to answer any questions you might have. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the schedule you can't read.
Is that the entire presentation? Okay. So we're going to begin with questions from council for the applicant, and I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. One's technical, one's less technical. Of the many emails that I received giving overwhelming support for this project, one came in that had a couple more technical questions in it. One of the questions was about parking. I was less concerned about that. I think it's addressed, although my colleagues might follow up on that one. And I'm asking this question specifically for the sake of the author of the letter. I want to make sure that that answer is out in the record. And this author writes, I'm sure that existing facility has asbestos and the precautions to remove without making it airborne for the community. This is a huge concern about public safety. I just wanted to make sure that that concern was addressed.
Yes, certainly the abatement of any toxic materials would be taken care of properly as part of either part of or in advance of the actual demolition of the building. And to the question about parking, we have 142 parking spaces. That's a ratio of more than 2 to 1 per unit. So it's actually a very healthy parking ratio.
Thank you very much. As I said, my other question was a little less technical. Board Member Burdall talked about Mike O'Neill surplusing the property when he spent time on the school board many moons ago. I was wondering specifically if anyone knows what year that was that the property was surplused.
I do not know, but we can get you that information.
2012
The advisor
is
says
what
2012.
Thank you very much. Those are my two questions. Any other
Mayor,
questions?
Mayor Big Stick, I did also want to add that the environmental impact report does include a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP, that has mitigation measure has one, HAZ1, that addresses the asbestos abatement as well.
And frankly, amongst the deeper materials, it was addressed in the staff report. I just wanted to make sure that that was out in the public. I know that it took me a number of years before I realized there was a larger packet with staff reports in it, and I, at any given moment, don't know what the public is seeing, so I want to make sure. Other questions for the applicant?
I have one follow-up question on the parking, and that person was asking about guest parking in particular, and I saw like on packet page 257, it talked about the required parking of the 142, 17 guest spaces were required, but then none were being provided, and I just wanted to understand that.
The parking ratio doesn't delve into as much detail as perhaps it should. There are two spaces that are designated to go with each of the townhome units. Some of them are garage spaces and some of them are covered by trellises. So those are definitely a 2 to 1 ratio per unit. The other parking on the site is surface parking, some of which is covered by the solar shading structures. But that space would not be reserved for any purpose other than required handicap spaces and EV charging stations. So that would be open parking that I think would be mixing guest parking and resident parking. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just hope that there's signage or so. I mean, I just know going into projects, often they have certain spaces labeled as visitors, so I would think about parking there, and maybe a visitor wouldn't know, right, that they could park in. So maybe it's a signage issue.
Honestly, we haven't gotten into the level of detail as far as the site management is concerned, but we probably would have a parking permit system of some sort, and a guest parking area.
I can ask my other questions after.
Okay, if there's no further questions for the applicant, I'll invite public comment at this time. I have 2 cards in my hand. If anyone else would like to speak, please fill out a card in the back. And the information for Collins will be up on the screen in a moment. 1 card from Linda Broccini and another from Mike O'Neill. Again, those are the 2 cards I have in hand. Everyone is welcome to speak. If you are watching at home, please dial 1-669-900-6833. Webinar ID 811-5615, 8241#. Press star 9 to raise your hand, and we'll call upon you by either screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Linda Broccini, and I am the president of the Pacifica School Board. I've lived in Pacifica for 22 years, and am a parent of 2 children that have both attended and still attend Pacifica schools. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the proposals regarding the former Odstad school site and 930 Odstad Boulevard. During my time on the board, we have worked diligently to listen to the concerns of the community and the city. Most importantly, we've listened to our employees, who have told us time and time again that they love working for PSD, but the cost of living makes it very difficult to stay here. These below market rate homes will help bridge the gap to retain the outstanding teachers and classified staff who are truly the heart of our schools. We believe the proposal we are presenting to you tonight will be a win not only for our school district, but a win for our staff, the students, the neighbors, and ultimately a win for the entire city of Pacifica. I urge you to please vote yes tonight on the proposals regarding 930 Odstad Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike O'Neill.
Hello, I'm Mike O'Neill. I just wanted to express to the council that this is an opportunity for you to make a generational change for thousands of students and kids in Pacifica. Not only are you helping them attract the best and most qualified teachers, but you're also improving the athletic facilities and recreational opportunities, which we all discovered are desperate, especially during the pandemic. The kids will be able to run on those fields permanently, which now that is not guaranteed. So this is an opportunity to make generational change. And best of all these improvements are not being done at a cost for taxpayers. The financing that they're working on is not going to be a bond or anything like Jefferson got. It's going to be a COP, which will be financed by the rent, and the project will pay that COP off. So you have the opportunity to help all these kids. You have no cost to the taxpayers. And then you are preserving and improving those athletic fields. Replaces this closed school, which when we were working on the surplus 7-Eleven committee at the school district, the number one thing that declines property values is a closed school. That was according to the Yahoo. And the impact it will have on the school, on the teachers. JUHSD, when they opened up their employee housing last year in August, it was the first year in 5 years that they were fully staffed with every teaching position. They had teachers that had signed contracts with other districts that paid more, that broke those contracts and came to Jefferson because of the cost of living. And getting to that number, the starting salary of a teacher in Pacifica, a first-year teacher, is $55,000. Rent is $3,000. You will help them not have to pay 54% of their salary to housing by allowing the construction of this project at an abandoned school and the dedication of those fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, do we have anyone on the phones?
We have one raised hand. It is for Summer Lee.
Ms. Lee, please press *6 to unmute. State your full name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Hi there, it's Summer Lee, and I'm so happy to see this project in Pacifica. I can't say it better than Mike O'Neill just said. I do have concerns, though, going forward, how we're going to make sure that most of this housing is actually affordable for teachers. And I also speak tonight as a parent of a kid with special needs and how hard it's been with the Pacifica School District. And it just makes sense to me that if we can attract more teachers and have more resources, we have a healthier community. And again, I just want some assurance that going forward that the number of affordable units is locked in and increases, not decreases, and also that these are permanently deed restricted. And I know tonight's not for deciding that, but I just want to keep planting those seeds for us to consider in the future. So thank you again for this wonderful project.
Thank you, Summer.
There are no other raised hands.
Last chance for anyone in the audience to speak. Seeing no one, we are going to bring it back to the applicant if you'd like to speak for 3 minutes. I'm inclined to ask you about keeping the rents affordable for teachers going forward, as prompted by the speaker, if you have nothing else to say for those 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Heather Olson. I'm the superintendent of Pacifica School District, and the challenge is going to be keeping those units affordable. Well, first of all, building it. So after we get through this major milestone would be being able to afford to build it. And then secondly, how do we subsidize the units so that that is affordable to a teacher? And that exactly is going to be the challenge, and that's our interest. It doesn't make sense to build a building that is not affordable to our staff. And so one of the examples that we've used is perhaps initially using 25 units that would be market rate, having 45 units that would be subsidized for employees, and then as those certificates of participation do get paid off, that would allow us to have more affordable units. So there will always be the deed-restricted units at this point, but our interest as a school district is the interest to our staff, which is making the housing affordable. I just want to say thank you to everyone involved in this project, and we would not be here without you, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the applicant before we close the public hearing? Okay. In that case, I'm closed.
Oh, sorry.
Did you have a question?
Maybe, of the applicant. So if there's a question about the design, then I should ask the applicant and then not staff.
It's easier to do it now. We can always call him back up
Okay.
later, but it's easier to do it now.
Okay. Sure.
Do you want to ask a question? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at sustainability features in the project, and partly in the interest of making things more sustainable, but also partly in the interest of reducing your operating costs, you know, for the life of the project for the people using the building. So I noticed that there was solar on the carports, but not on the buildings. And I think the state code requires you to look at the roofs on the buildings as well. And I just wanted to ask if there's an objection to doing that. Obviously, the closer you can get to net zero, and I know the code doesn't require you to plan for batteries for two-story buildings, but again, putting in that infrastructure, even if you're not necessarily putting those in now in terms of your budget, so that they can be added later, because it's so much more expensive to add that, you know, if it hasn't been thought out with the wiring run and so forth.
Our design architect is here this evening, so I might ask him to make a few remarks. But on the photovoltaics, we are looking at the possibility of putting them on the rooftops of the apartment buildings. Probably not on the townhomes themselves, just because of the architectural impacts. But we haven't ruled that out. We're going to be sizing the photovoltaic arrays so that they absolutely meet minimum Title 24 and probably more than that. And in terms of electrical charging stations, were you asking about that also?
Well, that's part of it too, and obviously the solar would help that a lot. And I saw in the staff report that this was discussed at the Planning Commission, just the reminder that now that we've passed the REACH codes that you know, nothing can be gas in the buildings, and so so that'll be a bigger load, right?
That's correct. No gas in the building. As far as the EV stations go, we will have 5 in the first phase, 3 in the second phase, but we'll also have EV-ready power, low power level 2 conduit in place for a total of 20 additional spaces, and then even future capable EV stations for as many as 9 more. So I think that we plan to exceed that requirement.
Okay, that's great.
I might ask Alex Seidel to talk about just some of the natural design aspects of the project that deal with sustainability also.
Good evening, council members. I'm Alex Seidel. I think one of the real hallmarks of this project is that you have a very beautiful site, which we've tried to respect. And I think appropriately, we've been able to design a little lower density project than we do throughout the Bay Area. So we've been able to get into some very creative design with our engineers, BKF, on the stormwater treatment and consolidating that and managing the stormwater runoff on the site. Regarding the photovoltaics, this project will be under the new CBC code, in which the requirements have just been significantly increased. So, essentially, I think it's going to be state of the art when it's built. So I'm not sure if right now, standing here, I'm not sure if the carports are going to get it there. So that's something we're going to get to in the next phase of the work. But I do feel that this will be a project that your community can be very proud of, and I think that it will be very forward-thinking in terms of sustainable practices.
Okay, thank you. The other item I would just like you to consider is also some gray water capture, and the easiest way to do that is through laundry that doesn't need whole separate piping the way reclamation from sinks and showers and so forth do. And just especially thinking about watering that field, which grass takes a lot of water, and which could be a big expense for both you maintaining the field for the first 20 years and then for the city subsequently. So if that's something that you could consider, I'd really appreciate it, as you go through the next phase.
Great, thanks. We'll talk about that internally.
Yeah.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council. I wanted to start just by saying, again, welcome, Commissioner Devine. Would you like to add anything before we begin our deliberations? Perhaps any observations from the meeting itself?
Sure, absolutely. I felt as if the general consensus from my co-commissioners was that of enthusiasm and overall just a respect for all of the consideration that had taken place. There were some continuous questions. We got into the nitty-gritty of some minor things that we had updated or addressed in the EIR and the other plan. But overall, we felt as if the applicant answered everything appropriately. We felt that the due diligence had been committed, and we were ultimately very excited to see this pass.
Thank you very much. And I don't think I caught your name at the beginning, and
Hi, I'm Crystal Rizzi with M Group. So we prepared the EIR for the project.
Wonderful. Thank you for being here with us, Crystal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, council, thoughts?
Like I said, I went to many of these meetings. I so look forward to this. I'm proud that we can do this as a school district for our teachers. It's so needed, and I 100% look forward to it being built. I noticed too that you're going to add 96 trees, so Tree City will be happy for that. So an extra bunch of trees. And the fields are important, very important for the community. And it was really nice to go to the actual site meetings and see that the fields are going to remain and useful. And now that you've added this additional item where you have changing rooms and restrooms and the change in the parking that can also be basketball courts. I mean, I think it's a great project, and I look forward to seeing it built.
Councilmember Beer.
I'm so excited to be able to move this forward. So for starters, Superintendent Olson, thank you for all the work that you have done over the past few years. And to our Board of Trustees, I know what you have been through. And so thank you for your diligence and your commitment to our students and to our community. It's really, really exciting. I have seen what the staff housing at Jefferson Union High School District has done for my friends and colleagues. I have young colleagues who are relaxed at work, and they're happy and they're productive and they want to be at work, and they have friends that they live with. Like, it's a beautiful model, it really is. So I had no questions because I know how hard you've worked, and I have no doubt that you will indeed work to make sure, indeed, get it? Make sure that the deed restrictions come in. I mean, I know that the school district is going to do everything that they possibly can to make sure that these units are affordable, because that's the whole point. So I'm proud to know you, and I'm just excited. Mike O'Neill, thank you for everything that you did to get this off the ground. I miss you up here. That's it.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, I don't really have any concerns at all. I'm sorry, I did want to ask one more question to, I've forgotten your name, of the M group. Again, I'm thinking about cost savings, and I realize that the fire chapters the fire department has decided that this is the wildland urban interface zone, and in my previous discussions with fire, they really weren't looking at areas in Pacifica as having that designation.
I see that the city, I don't mean to interrupt you, I see the city attorney has a comment to make.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to signal the mayor that if you wanted to ask a question of the applicant or a member of the public, then it would be through the mayor. He would need to reopen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Because it's now back to the council for deliberation. So I would turn to the mayor first to see if.
And I thought you were asking a question of staff, so I misunderstood that at the time. Did you want me to reopen the public hearing so you can ask a question?
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
Reopening public hearing so that the applicant can answer a question.
Anyway, I just want to make sure that this is really a requirement of the project is all, because I had some conversations with fire, and that they didn't think that was as necessary. And I know that having it's in the EIR, so maybe it's not something we really want to revisit, and maybe the applicant wants to put it in to make the building safer, but it means all the walls and roofs have to be 1 hour fire rated, the windows have to be tempered, special expensive vents have to be put in. So it's a big additional expense, so I just wanted to ask if it was really required. That's all.
Would the architect like to answer that question?
I'll give it a shot. We have Tim Heffernan on the line, who's with BKF Engineers, so perhaps he will expand upon this answer. But our intent has been to make sure that the urban wildland interface is the key issue. We've taken all sorts of precautions along the hillside that are indicated in the civil drawings that create a fire buffer zone,
right,
and remove vegetation that is flammable, more flammable than others. The intent was not to be able to, we want to preserve the trees and add new trees. And I think that one of our first priorities will be to meet with North County Fire to make sure that we have a mitigation plan that meets everybody's objectives. And perhaps staff would like to comment further on that.
Correct. The concern from the fire authority identified in the EIR was more directly related to vegetation management of the hillside, and not necessarily building to the Chapter 7A wildland urban interface building requirements. I can't commit to that as we sit here today, that the building official in consultation with the fire chief will not ultimately require that, but that has not been the focus of the review thus far, and really it's about the hillside vegetation in managing that fuel source due to the potential wildland fire risk at the site.
Okay, that makes sense, and hopefully, yeah, it's not required if you don't need to spend that extra money as you move forward. Thank you. But yes, I'm just in general, I'm
Councilmember Bowles, is that it for your
that's
question
the end.
for the
You can
applicant?
close, yeah.
Closing public hearing. Go ahead.
I just want to say I'm completely supportive of the project, and really appreciate everyone in the room who's been mentioned, and many in the background who have worked, and all the outreach that's been done to the public. and really trying to design the project to fit in with the scale of the residential neighborhood. I mean, you could have built something much bigger and more dense, and all the state laws, let you do that. But appreciate you wanting to be a good neighbor and making this a project that we can all enjoy and be proud of. Looking forward to seeing it through the next stages. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I want to thank board members Bradall, President Burkini, Superintendent Olson, and County Council Niblin, all for being here, as well as our former colleague and former board member Mike O'Neill. This has been a long time coming, and it's exciting that we get to vote on it tonight. It's a remarkably thoughtful project. I know that as we sat next to our colleague for many years, the term chomping at the bit comes to mind in terms of wanting to get this project off the ground. But the other side of it taking a while is that a lot of thought has been able to be put into it. And it's a beautiful project. I was uplifted by the Planning Commission meeting in which person after person came up to talk about how much they wanted this to be here, and nobody spoke otherwise. And that's a testament to the not just mind but heart that has been put into this. As I was looking at one of the 3D renderings, I was thinking back to my childhood when I attended Odstad Elementary. And as nostalgia started welling closer to my tear duct, simultaneously I was able to consider that despite the transformation of this space where I spent my childhood, other children will get to have proper education and utilize the recreational spaces because of this project. And a touch of sentimentality notwithstanding, it's really an honor and a privilege to be able to vote on this tonight. I think that we've made our comments and a motion is about to be made. I want to caution council before the motion is made that after the motion is made, I am going to want to say one more thing before we vote. And so don't be too anxious to leap toward the button. Councilmember Beer.
Okay, great. So I move to adopt the resolution to certify the final environmental impact report, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, make the required findings, and improve the statement of overriding considerations. And do I get to keep going or no?
I would recommend we take it one motion at a time.
Oh, okay. That's the first motion.
Second.
It does say and.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and before we vote, in lieu of discussion, and I was going to try and catch him before the meeting started, but he was not in the room before the meeting started, so at the risk of embarrassing Mr. O'Neill, I made a point to consult with City Attorney earlier today, making sure that it was okay for me to do this, and I'm going to invite you to the dais to stand next to me while I am casting my vote, knowing that you spent no fewer than 12 years of your life making this happen. I thought that it was poor timing that you wound up off council before you yourself had the opportunity to press the button. So if you'd please come up here and stand here next to me as I vote, because I plan on voting yes. And as I press my yes vote now after this hearing, fully convinced in this project, I want to make sure that you're here. No. And I want you here, not near the button, while I'm over here with the button, because the attorney also told me.
Hands in my pocket.
Hands in your pockets. Welcome. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion for item 5 or 6-1 passes unanimously with the motion made by Councilmember Beer, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, and Beckmeyer recused.
Okay, motion number 2. I move to introduce, waive the first reading, and read by title only an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica approving rezoning RZ 20520 and a development plan DP 8120 to establish a planned development PD zoning district with the development plan for the Pacifica School District Workforce Housing Project to construct 70 residential units at 930 Odstad Boulevard, APN 023-672-600, file number 2020-009.
Second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Vote again, I had to reset.
Yeah.
And item 6-2 passes unanimously of those voting 4-0 with Beckmeyer recused. The motion was made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Councilmember Bowles.
And Councilmember Beer, if you'll humor me for a moment, Mr. O'Neill made a request, now that I've opened this door, that perhaps we invite Board Members Bradal and President Brocchini up here as well, as they carried the torch, as he put it, after he had left the school board. So please be so kind. And Councilmember Beer, would you mind if I make the last motion?
Yes? No, but go ahead.
Shall.
Good to see you.
Welcome. I move to introduce, waive the first reading, and read by title only an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica approving development agreement DA-3-20 to establish a development agreement between the Pacifica School District and the City of Pacifica to provide certain public and private benefits in conjunction with a development project at 930 Odstad Boulevard, APN 023-672-600, file number 2020-009.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion for 6-3 passes unanimously with a 4-0 vote. Beckmeyer recused. The motion was made by Mayor Big Stick and seconded by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wrong hand.
Karen, go back to the.
I don't know.
Yes, come on in.
Next.
Party.
Hey, Elizabeth. Oh, I hear you getting some.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
That was our public hearing.
5-minute break so we can.
Congratulations.
All right, we're asking for a 5-minute recess, so that's what we're going to do. We'll reconvene at 10:12.
So good to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody.
So is this supposed to work?
Yeah, she's there. All right, the time is now 10:15. We are reconvening the April 24th City Council meeting. We have one consideration item to go. Item number 7, consideration of a resolution creating the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee. Proposed action, consider and adopt the attached resolution of the City Council creating the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee. It is now agenda item number 7, formerly agenda item number 6. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Big Stick, Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have a brief presentation. I would also like to note that on Zoom with us is financial advisor Brian Mora from RGS, who's helped work with us throughout this process, and Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter is off tonight because it's her daughter's birthday. So
congratulations, Vice.
We will forge ahead.
City Manager.
Without Yulia. And a brief presentation, as mentioned, this concerns establishment of the Measure Y Citizens Oversight Committee to consider and adopt a resolution creating the Citizens Oversight Committee. As background, some Measure Y information: half-cent transactions and use tax, sometimes called a sales tax, local sales tax, approved by Pacifica voters on November 8th of 2022. In January, Council approved a resolution and agreements with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, who administers and operates the tax ordinance. As you know, the state collects property tax, sales tax, and then remits that back. And Measure Y, the half-cent TUT, went into effect on April 1st. The establishing ordinance for Measure Y requires formation of a Citizens Oversight Committee to review the revenue and expenditure of funds from Measure Y. So before I dive into the recommended terms and duties of an oversight committee, a little bit of background and some of the research that staff did regarding oversight committees. Oversight committees are common bodies established related to the monitoring of tax measures throughout the state. We researched in the region oversight committees that have been established, and then the staff report includes information from more local oversight committees in San Mateo County from 5 different cities. And so the terms that we're recommending are based on that research and what we've found out. One of the differences I will mention is, and I won't go into depth on this, but Measure Y is a general fund tax. It goes into the general fund and it's used for all of the city's general fund services that maintain our essential services. And in this case, that's what specifically Measure Y is for, is to maintain, close our structural deficit gap, maintain our services. So that includes, police, fire, public works maintenance of streets and more. When you're establishing or talking about an oversight committee, a lot of cities for general tax measures don't establish oversight committees, because it's just, they talk about how the revenues and expenditures are audited through the city's normal annual auditing process, because it's not money that's being used for a specific project like a geo bond measure or like a special tax measure that is intended for a special purpose. So often with geo bond measures or other special tax measures, you will more often find oversight committees that are established. So for general tax measures, they're not often established, but we committed to doing that and being transparent about it in our Measure Y, and so that's why we're here tonight to talk about that. So based on our research, the recommended terms and duties that I'd like to outline regarding membership and term, a lot of cities have 5 members, some have 3-member oversight committees, And one that we reviewed, Belmont, has the idea of establishing a committee that is anywhere from 3 to 5 members. And we thought that flexibility is good for recruitment of the membership and establishment of the quorum again. So the committee could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5, depending on how the recruitment and appointment process goes. And then like our other committees and commissions, a 4-year term seems pretty typical for this type of committee. In terms of qualifications, that is the experience that the council would be looking for in appointing the members. We recommend experience in accounting, investment banking, venture capital, financial management for public corporation, municipal government, or private business. And I want to make sure I didn't, I apologize regarding, I jumped, mistake in the slide here. It says next steps, but that's supposed to be at the end of the next slide, so I'm going to come back to that. Continuing on with the terms and duties, it is recommended that the Oversight Committee meet 2 times per year, and their specific scope will be to review the annual audit letter from the city's independent auditor, and then to review an annual Oversight Committee report on the accuracy of the auditor's Measure Y findings. That Oversight Committee report would be prepared by staff and brought to the Oversight Committee to review and approve. And then I think very importantly for this committee is to be promoting community education about their work and the governmental services, mandates, and community needs that Measure Y is funding. So that's sort of the ambassador role that this committee can also play related to city finances, in addition to reviewing the auditor letter and the committee report. In terms of other general terms for the committee, this committee's scope does not include making recommendations about the use of Measure Y revenue. That's council and my function for the city is to make those recommendations, and then that they would hold to the same rules as other city commissions and committees. And so then moving back on this slide, the next steps after council discussion and approval would be actually to begin the recruitment process and appoint members to the committee, and then it's anticipated the tax revenues that come in lag behind, so early in the next fiscal year would be probably a budget overview meeting with the committee that it's established, and then after the auditor report, which lags a few months after the end of the fiscal year, that's when the first real business meeting of the Oversight Committee would work. And I believe that completes my brief presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do we have questions?
I want to know why you picked 3. It just seems like such a small amount, considering that a quorum, you still have to have a quorum, and only one person. I mean, it just is so small.
Yeah, you still have to have 2.
You have to have 2.
But given the very focused nature of the work and meeting only twice a year, I think some cities have decided that 3 was enough membership on that.
At the risk of deliberation, but I actually like the idea of a 3 to 5, and that way if we have 5 people who are applying, it's very easy then to, whereas if we don't get as much interest, et cetera. Any other questions?
No, I like the 3 to 5 too. I had asked about the term of Measure Y, and that's 9 years, and so I'm just wondering if we could make the terms 4.5, so we didn't have to do this 3 times.
Or 4 and 5.
Yeah, the term I think could be any duration that the council wants. There will be, I would anticipate there'll be vacancies. Someone may not serve a full term or leave or change interests. So it'll be sort of this rolling process, I think. But if the council were interested in making the terms, 4.5 or 5, that's fine too.
Yeah.
The city clerk Coffey raises a good point that having a different length term than other committees and commissions may make it more difficult to track, but,
I was actually wondering if the entire committee are all on the same calendar. In theory, as we're re-upping or appointing new people, does that mean that effectively there could be a window of time in which we have no committee since they're all serving on the exact same timeline? Given other committees and commissions are staggered so that you would never have that issue, although a lot of people come and go along the way. But
so that's a good point, and I think a lot of our committees and commissions have staggered terms that way, and I guess when you're starting a committee or commission, you might then need to identify 1 or 2 seats that are 2-year terms and the rest 4-year terms, or I don't know, I'll turn to Clerk Coffey on what she thinks about how to.
I would just say that because this body only meets twice a year, I believe, it's probably not going to be an issue because you could do the renewal of the terms at a point where they're not going to meet.
in a worst-case scenario, we have 6 months to figure it out. In other
Right, but I mean, ultimately, it's up to the council if you want to do staggered terms. That is consistent with the way other bodies have been set up.
And of course, it's question time, but certainly I would defer to the expertise of our Clerk Coffey.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the staggered because then you don't have everyone like rotating off at once, right? So there's someone that would be continuing that would have some institutional knowledge.
Any other questions? In that case, we will go to public comment at this time. I have no cards on the item. If you're watching at home, on the web, or PCT, please dial 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will call upon you. No one from the audience. Emily, do we have anyone on the line? Seeing no one, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation.
I have a question. Should I push this button?
No, just pull down your microphone.
I wanted to clarify the use of the term half cent, Measure Y, because it's half a cent for every dollar, right, in sales. Is it, I've always thought of it as a 0.5%. And so when it's a half cent, it feels like that applies to all sales, even though I realize that's not what you mean. So I just want to double check on that phraseology. Was that already a question that you answered?
Yeah, and so I believe, so it is a half cent TUT, and that's the language in, the ballot measure and in the ordinance. It's not a percent.
So it's
a half
it's
cent
referencing
per
half
dollar.
cent per dollar.
Yeah, and that's the norm for how they reference sales tax measures.
Thank you.
And then I don't know if it matters, but in the introduction, you have a list of the community priorities, and I was just checking back on Ballotpedia, and the other things that were mentioned that aren't on your list are street paving and preventing coastal erosion. So I know we're not necessarily putting everything in those pockets, but I assume those are still part of the priorities as part of what the voters approved.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the priorities are all laid out in the establishing documents and the ordinance. I think this was just a summary from the community input, community priorities that were received in that community survey from the document. But it's really in maintaining all of the city's services.
Okay, thanks.
So further deliberation or a motion if there is not.
Mr. Mayor, I did I do have some proposed edits if the council's inclined to consider the staggered terms as an option. So under Exhibit A attached to the resolution, the section identified as committee member terms, I would revise that to indicate that appointments to the committee shall be for a 4-year staggered term unless otherwise determined by the city council. The first 2 members appointed shall serve for an initial 2-year term, and the remaining members shall serve for a full 4-year term. So that's how we would set up the staggered system. The first 2 appointed members would serve 2 years, and then the remaining members would serve the 4 years, and then once those initial 2 members served their full 2 years, they could renew for the full 4-year term. Is that?
Thank you. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
With that amendment, I would like to make a motion. I move that we adopt the resolution. Do I have to name the resolution? No. Creating Measure-Wise Citizens Oversight Committee, as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote if there's no discussion.
The motion was made by Councilmember Beckmeyer for this item as amended, as stated by the city attorney, and the second was by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas. The vote is unanimous.
10:32, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.